First order of business is roll call.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Deborah Davis from Undercon. Here. Michael DeFoy.
Here.
Monica Erickson. Troy Johnson.
Here.
Patrick Henning for Fiona Ma.
Here.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Kevin Pauke.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Present.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Dr. Dale Willis.
Excused, I assume? Okay. With that, we are recessed now into closed session for item 1 from the closed session agenda. We will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. We had one item, I believe, correct? Okay, thank you. If we could have everybody exit, I don't expect us to be very long. Okay, we are good. So good morning. Welcome back to open session of the Board of Administration. With that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. We will move directly into the Finance Administration Committee meeting. Might be easier if we just switch us instead of everybody moving around. Okay. So give us about 5 minutes, or does that not work? Well, either way, 5 minutes to move. Yeah. All right, we'll adjourn this meeting and move into FAC. Lisa, you are all.
Good morning. I would like to call to order the Finance and Administration Committee, and the first order of business is roll call.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Michael DeToy,
Here.
Kevin Pauke,
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Present.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Here.
Thank you. With that, we will move into the executive report, and Michelle Nix, thank you.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. I'd like to give you an update on the 415 Pre-Funding Trust. As of April 1st, 2026, the California Employers Pension Pre-Funding Trust fund balance is $358 million with 107 contracted employers. And the California Employers Retirement Benefit Trust fund balance is $27 billion with 593 employers. The agenda before you today consists of semi-annual contracting perspective report, valuation report for the 1959 Survivor Benefit Program, Judges Retirement System Actuarial Valuation Report and Employer-Employee Contribution Rates, Legislators Retirement System Actuarial Valuation Report and Employer Contribution Rates, Semi-Annual Financial Report and Pension Contracts Management Program Report. Additionally, the agenda has 6 action items seeking your approval. Modernizing Investment Data and Technology Update, the 2026-27 Annual Budget Proposal, Annual Review of the Board Member Employer Reimbursements, State Valuation and Employer-Employee Contribution Rates, Schools Valuation and Employer-Employee Contribution Rates, and Judges Retirement System 2 Actuarial Valuation Report and Employer-Employee Contribution Rates. We also have 3 information items. Long-Term Care Valuation Report presented by Fritzy Doreus. Sorry if I got that wrong, Fritzy. Next will be Semi-Annual Health Plan presented by Emily Zong. And we're going to close with the first reading of the Judges, Judges 2, and Legislators' Actuarial Assumptions. The next Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for June 2026 and will include the second reading, Judges 2, and Legislators' Actuarial Assumptions, and the Modernizing Investment Data and Technology Update. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report, and I'd be pleased to take questions at this time.
Right. Are there any questions for Michelle? Seeing none, we will move on to the action consent agenda, items 3A through 3F. Are there any items to pull or for conversation? Mr. Palkey?
Nothing to pull.
Okay. And a motion to approve, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, 3A through 3F is approved. Information consent items 4A through 4D. Are there any questions on these information items? Seeing none, we will move forward to our action agenda, which begins with 5A, Modernizing Investment Data and Technology Update. Mr. Patterson and Ms. Hafner.
Great. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to give an update on the Data and Tech Modernization Initiative today. I'm Rob Patterson, CalPERS team member, and today you're going to be receiving the update from 2 members of the team. You've met Jen Hafner previously. She's leading the overall initiative, and she's going to give a bulk of the update. And then also Liz Drummond, who is overseeing Project 1, which is focused on the total funding capital markets updates. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jen, and we'll take it from there.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer Hafner, and I'm a CalPERS team member and the initiative director for the Tech and Data Project. Thank you for having me today. On the next slide, our presentation today will, thank you. Our presentation today will cover an overview and status of the project. We'll review the key accomplishments from last fiscal year and then the milestones that we have identified for the fiscal year coming up. Liz will provide a more in-depth review of the total fund and capital markets project, which is Project 1. And then we will present a budget update and a formal request for funding for next year's fiscal budget. Thank you. And then before we start on the next slide, talking about the updates on the initiative and what has happened since last time we were here, I'd like to highlight again why we believe this work is essential. Our current investment systems, which were implemented over the last 10 to 20 years, were managed and set up as separate asset class specific solutions. And now they're highly customized, and some are nearing the end of their vendor support life. These legacy systems lack integration, it results in manual processing and increased operational risk. At the same time, our portfolio strategy has evolved over those years, moving to strategic asset allocation, expanding asset class coverage, and now moving to a total portfolio approach. So we're advocates for a system that addresses these legacy challenges and positions us to leverage emerging technologies such as AI. And then on the next slide, as a reminder, what projects comprise this initiative, and there's 4 of them. And on the top box on the blue, this is the Total Fund and Capital Market Program. This is the project which consolidates all our tools for the Total Fund and Capital Markets and the AIP fund, so PERF and AIP. Bottom left represents the Private Markets Project, and then bottom right is the data platform. What you'll notice as the 4th project is developed applications, which, if we get to the point where any of the off-the-shelf tools that we select for these other projects don't meet expectations or the primary business needs, we would consider tapping into this developed application project. We'll look to stand that up next year, but that's an after the fact if we need it. And then on the next slide, for a timeline, this is a multi-year, 5-year project, and we're currently in year 2. The Total Fund and Capital Markets is furthest along in their delivery. We've completed clarification and design and pre-implementation, and we'll be moving earnestly into implementation as we speak, actually, in the next couple months. For the Private Markets Project, they're in a different phase. They're in the phase of pre-implementation, which will establish the final selection of the vendor for the platform, as well as onboarding our implementation partner. And then for Data Platform Project 3, we have established the governance for that project. We recruited people for it, and we have stood up the work streams underneath it and have our first prioritization of use cases going through that project. And then on the next slide, so the heart of what I wanted to share today is what have we accomplished since we last saw you, and what are we looking forward to in the next fiscal year? We've been making steady progress across all of these projects, and I'm going to highlight 4 of them for you. The first is at the overall initiative level. About a year ago, when we were looking about deciding on dedicated staffing for this project, there were 6 positions that were repurposed from other parts of the organization. 4 of those roles have been internally staffed at CalPERS, and 2 of those have conditional offers out to them. So that's the core of the project team that is decked against this initiative. Second accomplishment is we have onboarded our independent verification and validation partner. They've been here for 5 months. There's 4 people on the team, and they're providing coverage across all of our major functions. For the Private Markets Project, we completed a peer analysis and market data research, which has honed in on a very short list now of potential partners for the platform for private markets. And then lastly, for the data project, we've established the governance, the work streams, and have initiated work out of that group. Going forward, our milestones as we look toward the next fiscal year are focused on implementing the Total Fund and Capital Markets platform, finalizing vendor selection for private markets, delivering incremental business value for the data projects, and then maturing our oversight of all of these projects. So this concludes my comments on this slide. I didn't specifically talk about total fund and capital markets because Liz will be doing that in her section, which is coming up. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Thanks, Jen. And thank you, Chair and board members. I'm Liz Drummond, CalPERS team member and the business lead for Project One. And I'm here today to give you an overview of what we're doing on the project, talk about recent accomplishments, and to provide a look ahead to our key milestones. So, Project One will deliver a modernised investment technology platform for total fund and capital markets activities, supporting the PERF and the AIP funds. The objective of the project is to reduce operational risk and improve efficiency with the goal of freeing up staff time to focus on higher value analysis and innovation. The overarching objective, obviously, to enable improved long-term returns. The project scope includes, firstly, consolidating order management and the investment book of record for public equity, for fixed income, and for the affiliate investment programme funds from multiple platforms in the current state onto the single primary vendor solution. And secondly, implementing a modernised platform for total fund management activities and analytics. As Jen mentioned, Project One is the furthest along of the 4 initiative projects. Selection and onboarding of the primary vendor and implementation partner completed in May of 2025, and the joint project team across all 3 organisations has been working collaboratively since then. Key accomplishments over the past year include completion of the current state documentation, completion of implementation planning and delivery of the approved scope document, the integrated project plan, and the testing and change management strategies. Based on all of this work, we started mobilising the implementation proper in February of this year, with activities now underway, including configuration of the system and definition of future state business processes across CalPERS teams. So, looking ahead to key milestones, an important part of the implementation planning was to agree our go-live approach, and we're adopting a phased approach with 3 main go-live dates. You can see them there on the right-hand side at the bottom of the slide. Firstly, Phase 1, intended for March 2027, will migrate the Long-Term Care Fund, one of the affiliate investment programme funds, onto the new system, as well as private markets fund-level data. Then Phase 2 implements the new order management system and investment book of record for public equity and fixed income, with a target date of October 2027. And finally, Phase 3 completes the implementation for the other affiliate investment programme funds, brings the performance book of record onto the system, and will deliver the fully modernised total fund risk and analytics capabilities. And the intended go-live for Phase 3 is March 2028. Before I hand back to Jen, there is one area of consideration related to the phasing that I'd like to bring to your attention. CalPERS can begin to realise the main benefits of retiring legacy systems once the total fund risk capabilities are migrated to the new system. This is currently planned for Phase 3, and we are actively working with the vendor to assess the feasibility and commercial terms required to accelerate that timeline by 6 months. While this would introduce some additional complexity to the project, it would also allow us to realise the benefits of the simplified operating model several months sooner. We're continuing to make progress on this front and will provide an update the next time that we return. And with that, it's back to Jen.
Great, thank you. And on the next slide, I'm going to cover our budget and the initiative costs for the next fiscal year. This table uses gray, orange, and blue columns in order to differentiate the different data points. The gray ones indicate our initial estimates, and that was from June of 2024 in that charter. The orange color is actual expenses, so as you see us more often, you'll have more bars that are turning to orange. And then the blue bars represent our revised estimates for the next fiscal year. The overall project costs right now are estimated at $181.9 million, which is compared to initial estimate of $167.9. Since that initial estimate, there is an increase associated with Project One and the descriptions of the work that Liz was describing, primarily around $6.5 million for risk analytics and third-party applications, about the same for implementation partner and project management resources and support, and then another $1 million associated with market data licenses. We're continuing to refine these numbers for Project One, but our confidence in these numbers have improved significantly since we've completed clarification and design and the pre-implementation phase. For Projects 2, 3, and 4, those total costs currently remain unchanged. And as each project completes their implementation phase, we'll continue to refine the estimates, share that with you, and provide updated information. And we're committed to keeping you as informed as possible in the management of this budget. And there on the next page, we're asking for approval for $74.4 million for fiscal year 2026-27. This amount includes $70.9 of project-specific work to progress the milestones that we've discussed today. And it also has a contingency buffer of $3.5 million, which is 5% of that budget. This is also included in the investment office initial budget request for this fiscal year, which you'll see later. We will return with regular updates, and we're happy to conclude right now and then answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to my colleagues for questions, let's take a look at this increase in the proposed budget from 167 to 181 million dollars. Could you highlight for us what you think are the primary drivers of that increase?
Yeah. The primary drivers of that increase currently are part of the total fund and capital markets clarification and design phase. When we did our initial estimate, that was based on work informed by our strategic consultant, market research, and discussions with our peers. Since then, and during this 6-month period where we were learning more detail about what needed to be implemented, we identified that 6.5 of that increase is associated with risk analytics and providing a consolidated risk model, both through 2 different vendors. The second piece is expenses associated with project implementation partners and project office support in order to provide the right level of expertise in order to push forward the project. And that third one is $1.1 million. It's earmarked because we believe that we'll see an increase related to the market data licenses. And instead of leaving that blank, we decided to foreshadow that and include it in the budget. But those are the 3 primary areas where we saw changes in the budget since last time.
Has the transition to TPA had a significant role to play in any of the increase in costs and the complexity of the project?
No. While we keep TPA in mind as we're considering this project, our planning and the work that we've done has not yet been impacted by TPA. We're anticipating and imagining what we'll need, but many of those things are consistent with what we're already building. A central place for data, a way to manage structure and unstructured data, the ability to create dashboards and reports with a high level of confidence, all of which will be required as part of TPA, but also as part of the overall management of the platform.
Okay. And last question, if we could step back just a little bit. Could you talk about the extent to which these are proprietary programs that we are developing ourselves as opposed to programs that we are purchasing from vendors under leases and other types of arrangements, and the decision-making that went into why you chose which approach?
Yeah. Very early on in this project, there was very clear mandate to use as much as possible off-the-shelf commercial applications. We hold that very tight kind of to our hearts as we're thinking about what those decisions are. Do we sacrifice a bit of functionality, but be able to use what's coming off the shelf? And those principles, that expectation helps guide us when we're making key decisions on the project. That is specifically in relation to total fund and capital markets. For private markets, it's the same thing. We're just not as far along in that vendor selection, but to the extent possible, instead of having multiple systems, we're looking to consolidate to one or two and to use common code across it.
Very good. Thank you.
I was just going to add, I agree with everything that Jen said. Just if we think of the prioritization, first, large-scale commercial institutional investment platforms, second, integrated commercial applications, and only if and when we need something that is very specific to our investment process that's going to generate additional value add to the portfolio or reduce risk would we do application development.
Great, thank you. Questions from my colleagues? I'm sorry. All right. I'm seeing none.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Just
Thank you.
administratively, and I'll look to Michelle, because this is an action item, this will ultimately be in the approval item later. We're seeking item action now or later in the discussion?
Oh. Now. Move approval. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
We do have a public comment.
Then let's get the public comment in first. Mr. Jelinsek? We had you for 5A. You're passing? Okay, thank you. That was the only public comment I had been made aware of. Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll go back to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 5A is approved, and we'll move on to item 5B, the annual budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pen. Pencil. There we go. All right. Michelle,
Yeah, thank you,
floor
Lisa.
is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Will Shasma, our budget chief, to present this year's budget. Go ahead, Will.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Will Shofsma, CalPERS team member. Today I will be walking you through the proposed 2026-27 budget, which is an action item. I will begin with an update on CalPERS' current year expenditures. Next slide, please. As of December 31st, CalPERS had expended $328 million, or roughly 37% of its operating budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Based on current projections, we estimate that CalPERS will end the fiscal year with $34.5 million in operational budget savings. Projected savings in administrative costs are due to salary and benefit savings associated with position vacancies. Savings within investment operating costs are due to lower than anticipated data and technology initiative expenditures in 2025-26. CalPERS projects investment external management fees will exceed the 2025-26 estimates by $30.9 million, And CalPERS also projects to realize $2.1 million in third-party administrator fees due to decline in enrollment in long-term care. Next slide. CalPERS proposes a total operating budget of $934.2 million for fiscal year 2026-27. This is a $52.3 million or 5.9% increase over the 2025-26 budget. CalPERS estimates that expenditures for investment external management fees and third-party administrator fees will total $2.5 billion or 20.2% over current year estimates. Over the next few slides, I will walk you through each subcategory of our budget proposal. Next slide. The budget before you proposes $678.9 million in administrative operating costs. This is a 4.7% increase over the current year budget. Administrative operating costs include the salaries and benefits that we pay to our team, as well as operating expenses and equipment, or OE&E. For a point of reference, our 5-year average rate of growth in administrative operating costs is 4%. We propose a $19 million increase to personal services to align salary and benefit funding with actual pay rates and provide additional budget for incentives based on updated population eligibility and payout experience. We also propose $11.4 million in an increase to OE&E. This increase includes $7.4 million for pro rata costs, which reimburse the state general fund for centralized state services and annuitant health and dental costs, as well as $5.1 million for various enterprise initiatives detailed further on the next slide. Annually, the financial office receives formal budget requests from divisions throughout the organization for new or increased operational expenses and equipment. The following budget requests were approved for inclusion in this year's budget. $2.3 million for IT equipment refresh and capital, $954,000 for health rate development and negotiations consultation, $900,000 to modernize CalPERS' public-facing website, $600,000 to provide extended go-live support and functionality for a new human resource management system, $145,000 for advisory services to support innovation in human resources, $132,000 for a FedRAMP compliant environment within ServiceNow to meet federal security and compliance standards, $76,000 for a digital font licensing agreement, and $18,000 for an interface to automate data exchange with CalHR in support of CalPERS internal recruitment. Additionally, the following budget requests are proposed to be funded by redirecting $450,000 in anticipated savings from vacant positions in OE&E based on historical expenditure trends. $275,000 to procure consultant support for enterprise financial system modernization projects, and $176,000 to enable enhanced multi-factor authentication for members and employers and allow power of attorney access to members within My CalPERS. Next slide. Investment operating costs are non-personnel costs that support investment activities. The total proposed for investment operating costs in 2026-27 is $224.5 million, which is the $38.1 million or 19.6% increase compared to the 2025-26 budget. $36.4 million of the increase is provided for INVO's Data and Technology Modernization Initiative. I'll note that the amount previously indicated in the presentation you just saw was for the full amount of tech costs in 26-27, while what you're going to see in the 36.4 is just the incremental from last year's budget to this year's budget. The remainder of the investment operating costs increase is attributable to maintenance and operation for existing systems. Next slide. The last operating cost category is for headquarters building costs. Due to one-time funding for the LED lighting project that was included in last year's budget, this budget reflects an overall reduction of $16.3 million. For 26-27, the headquarters budget does include $6.8 million for building improvements, including $3 million for Lincoln Plaza North elevator modernization. Next slide. The CalPERS budget includes an estimate of fees paid to investment managers and advisors to manage specific portfolios based on market assumptions and estimated deployment of capital. We estimate total external management fees in 2026-27 to be $2.2 billion, which is a $421 million or 23.6% increase when compared to the 2025-26 mid-year estimate. This increase is a result of greater private asset allocation and more active management in public markets. Base management fees are expected to increase by $344.3 million. $234.4 million of this increase is attributable to new anticipated partnerships and associated capital deployments in private equity. I'd also note that while PE fees increase in total, we expect the fee rate to decrease in the long term as we enter into more co-investment agreements and renegotiate fees. Performance fees are estimated to increase by $76.4 million due to a transition to performance-based fee structures for global equity and elevated return expectations in real estate. Next slide. Third-party administrators provide administration, record-keeping, and participant communication services for numerous CalPERS programs. The 2026-27 budget estimates total TPA fees to be $311.3 million, which is a 0.9% increase over the 2025-26 budget. CalPERS estimates administrative fees for our pharmacy benefit manager will increase by $9.1 million for the upcoming year. However, this increase is offset by overall pharmacy program savings. Next slide. Shown here, oops. My colleagues and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. So before we get into some of the other questions, I'm going to go right to the heart of the biggest increase that we have, and that's our external fees through the investment office. So as I understand it, dating back to approximately 2021, we've increased the amount of external management from 21 to 42% of our investments. That makes sense to the extent that we're seeing increased performance. So can you talk to us about the performance increases that we've received as a result of what is a significant investment in external managers?
Thank you for the question, Chair, and you're exactly right. These are large dollar increases in isolation, but they really need to be connected to the performance. So I think the best way to answer your question is just look at 24-25, the most recent year, as we've sort of started to see the improvement in the private asset investments. In that year, we paid managers 23.4 basis points or $1.3 billion. And from that $1.3 billion, we generated $7.5 billion of excess returns. So the key is, this really does tie back to the January proposal, right, or discussion of private equity that you heard, where we're certainly well aware of the fees, and we are doing everything in our power to lower fees, whether it's through negotiations with our partners, co-investments that are fee-free, carry-free, but all of those things in the end are done to generate the excess returns. And we as I just sort of gave you one example, we do think you're seeing those returns, and we'll continue to see those returns from our investments in the private assets.
So go back to that $7.3 billion number. Is that gross or is that net?
And that is another point I should reiterate, that every time you see any of our returns, they're net of the fees. So you've already sort of accounted for those expenses. Right. So it was $7.5 billion of net of fee returns, $1.3 billion of increased fees to generate that $7.5 billion.
So I don't want to get too far into what would be proprietary investment strategy moving forward. But this is a fairly significant increase from a budgetary standpoint in the amount of external management. What's your level of satisfaction as to, are we getting close to where we need to be, or should we be anticipating significant further growth?
I think as we continue to make increased dollar investments, you'll see overall fee totals continue to rise, you would expect that as well as we go from a $600 billion portfolio to a $700 billion portfolio, the strict amount we're paying in fees is going to continue to rise. That being said, we do think we're continuing to find opportunities to reduce those fees throughout the area. So while the absolute dollars, I think you'll continue to see increases, we really tend to look at these things in basis points. And there's a chart, I think it's on page 7 or 8 in your materials, that sort of translates it into basis points. And you're starting to see those increases moderate a little bit. But that being said, if you see big increases in fees, I would suspect it's because you're seeing big increases in performance. And so, generally we're going to be happy to pay for higher performance from those fees.
All right, thank you. Questions from my colleagues? I'm not seeing any at this point, so. Michael, thank you. I'm sorry, Melissa? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I want to echo the concern Ms. Middleton raised on the fees, but I'm also just wondering in the operating cost increase, what can our, let me start with just from my perspective, right? At the end of the day, every one of these dollars comes out of our operating budget is money that is the same money that needs to pay for healthcare and retirement checks, right? To do right by our members that submitted their life service to public work. And I'm just wondering what's like a specific or some specific services or quality metrics that are member outcomes that this committee can measure to determine that these cost increases are translating into better delivery for the people that we serve.
Well, we certainly, thank you for that question. It's a good one. We actually measure our cost per member through the CEM, which is the cost-effective management out of Toronto. We use that for various programs, including investments and our retirement services. So we keep an eye on that. Also, we have metrics like within our organizations operationally, so that we're always measuring that year over year as well. And then can you think of anything else, Will, that we measure?
Yeah, we do have a group within the operations branch that tracks our proposals and makes sure that the outcomes that they're indicating in the proposals are actually met. So we do follow up on all of the proposals that are included in the budget every year.
Okay.
And then from an investment standpoint, our key number is the funded ratio for the system. So you've seen that continue to increase from the 60s to into the 80%. And that's really a measure of how able we are to know that we're going to be able to make all the promises that we've made to our employees. And we're clearly much more able to feel comfortable about our commitments to our members than we were, say, a decade ago. We're in much better fiscal condition using the funded ratio as a simple measure of that.
Yeah, I would only add that other than the data and technology initiative, CEM also measures our service score. And so we haven't provided an update to the board on this year's results, but our service score has improved. Most of the operational budget increases are not related to new systems being put in. It's, for example, the elevators with lights on, doors open types of expenses as well. But we go through a very rigorous process to approve anything that goes to the budget because, as you said, it's part of the way that we look at everything we spend. But every dollar we spend is a dollar not paid or not available to be paid to a member. So we have a tight hold on the budget. Most of this is related to compensation increases that have been negotiated. There are some things on incentives, and if you'd like more detail on that, I think we could bring Michelle Tucker up for that. But I would say this operational budget, is improving service level scores, keeps member satisfaction high, but there isn't anything significant this time.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, Michelle, it's not nearly as large a It's not nearly as large a number, but we also had some significant savings in operation of the buildings. And could you talk a few highlights as to what's produced those savings for us?
Sorry, I'll turn it over to Will. He's got the details on the building budget that he can.
So this year's budget is about a $16 million reduction from last year's headquarters building budget. And that's really a result of just the way that we do budgeting. So last year's budget included about 18 million, I want to say, for the LED lighting project. So that project is currently underway. They're currently starting the Lincoln Plaza North Tower. We expect that project to finish up sometime next year, but the funding is actually included in this year's budget. So next year, what you see is that funding falling out, for lack of a better term, and that's really what's driving that big reduction in headquarters costs.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions from the board, we have two public comments that have been requested. First, Mr. Jelinsek, and then Ms. Brown.
I guess she's going to stay there. JJ Jelensik, RPEA. The budget serves two functions. It defines priorities, and it's a control document. One of your key jobs is to get the retirement warrants out. The fact that you do that through a contract with the State Controller's Office does not mean that it's not an operational expense, and you recognize that. Another key factor is to manage a large pension fund. The fact that you choose to do much of that work through contracts does not change it from an operational function to just some below-the-line activity. You are proposing no new staff, but $421 million increase in outside investment management costs. $21.8 million of that is for private debt, bringing that to $196.6 million, and $234.4 million is an increase in private equity to $968.8 million. That is 184% of total staff costs. Total staff, investments, legal, public relations, call center, area offices, accounting, compliance, all of it. You have some highly paid, highly skilled investment staff. If you choose to assign them to manage assets rather than manage managers, you can cut costs and increase control. As I said, priorities. I encourage you to stop contracting out and bring the work in-house, save trust money, and increase control. I noticed that the healthcare administrator costs are down because of the new contract. At the same time, the pharmacy benefit manager costs are up. I heard no explanation. I can only assume that you did not negotiate a new improved contract. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Middleton and committee. I want to talk about something that doesn't get nearly enough attention, but should matter to every CalPERS member, retiree, and taxpayers: the growing cost of external management fees. Fees have grown to $2.2 billion. And when I look at your agenda item 5B, page 3 of 3, that's a nearly 70% increase over 2024. In 2024-25, it was $1.3 billion, and you're proposing $2.2 billion, nearly $1 billion more. CalPERS is the largest pension fund in the United States, and with that size comes responsibility. Not just to generate returns, but to do so efficiently, transparently, and in the best interest of its 2.4 million members. But here's the concern. Over the past several years, CalPERS has steadily increased its reliance on externally managed investments, particularly complex assets like private equity and private credit. And with that shift comes a ridiculous price tag. These external managers don't come cheap. They charge management fees, performance fees, carried interest, and layered expenses, many of which are not known even to the CalPERS staff. In fact, while CalPERS often highlights its investment returns, far less attention is given to how much of those returns are being paid out the door in fees. And here's the key issue. Every dollar spent on excessive fees is a dollar not going towards retiree benefits. Thank you, Ms. Willett, for mentioning that. It's nearly $1 billion since 2024-25. Let me put that into perspective. That's real money, money that could strengthen the fund, money that could reduce employer contribution pressures, money that ultimately belongs to the members. I want you to think about this. It's $1 billion more, and Ms. Middleton asked, are we getting value for that money? And my answer is no. The public markets have done extraordinarily well, but CalPERS keeps betting and betting on private credit and private equity. And it's a shame. It's a shame what it's doing to the markets. It's a shame what it's doing to retirees. And I'm telling you, you guys are the board is gonna pay because you are not fulfilling your fiduciary duty when it comes to this board choosing to make those bets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Are there any other public comments? Seeing none. Again, thank you to staff for the presentation. This is a big budget, and it is predicated on achieving the kind of performance that we expect to achieve.
Okay, I'll move approval of the proposed budget.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? 5B is approved. Thank you. Move on to item 5C, annual review of board member employer reimbursements.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. I will turn it over to Janie Rajasinsi, our controller for CalPERS.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Janie Rajasansi, CalPERS team member. Today, we are requesting your approval of the proposed percentages of time elected board members will dedicate to their CalPERS board duties. This is an annual item presented each April after board committee selections that are done in February and March. These percentages determine the reimbursement of salary and benefits to the employers of elected board members. The reimbursement process follows our established policy, which ensures transparency, accountability, and fairness for state, school, and public agency employers. Reimbursements are processed quarterly, with board members certifying their actual hours spent on board duties. You'll find the proposed percentages for each elected board member effective March 18th, 2026 in Table 2 of your materials. We're seeking your approval for these percentages today. That concludes my comments. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, this is an item that comes up every year, so Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Are there abstentions? Motion is approved. We'll move
Thank you.
on to 5D, state valuation of employee contribution rates, and that Mr. Taranto and Ms. Ramsey.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Scott Tarando, CalPERS team member. Today we have the state valuation for the employer and employee contribution rates. This is an annual action item which sets the upcoming contributions for the various state plans. At this time, I'll pass it over to Nina, who will step through the required rates and the current liabilities. Nina?
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Madam Chair. Nina Ramsey, CalPERS actuarial team member. Next slide, please. Today, I am here to present to you the results of the June 30th, 2025 state valuation for the state plans. This valuation sets forth the employee and employer contribution rates for fiscal year 26-27. The state plan consists of the 5 member subgroups listed on this slide: state miscellaneous, industrial, safety, peace officers and firefighters, and California Highway Patrol. Next slide, please. There have been a few significant events since our last valuation. First, the PERF has earned an investment return of 12% as of June 30th, 2025. Second, the 2025 valuation is the first to include the new assumptions as a result of our experience study, which was approved by the board in November of 2025. Lastly, the state has made additional contributions towards their unfunded liability. They contributed $584 million in July of 2025 and $372 million in October of 2025. These payments were allocated to the miscellaneous, industrial, safety, and POF plans according to their proportionate share of the state's general fund. These payments were made after our valuation date and are therefore not included in the funded status, but will be included in the funded status in next year's valuation. These payments are also not reflected in the required contributions for fiscal year 26-27 as directed by the Department of Finance, who has deferred deferred savings to future years. Next slide, please. Here we have some key results from the June 30th, 2025 valuation, along with results from our previous valuation. As of June 30th, 2025, we have an accrued liability of $272 billion, a fair value of assets of $215.5 billion, leaving us with an unfunded accrued liability of $56.5 billion and a funded ratio of 79.2%, which is up from last year's 75.3%. We expect that contributions in fiscal year 26-27 will be $9.9 billion, which is $589 million greater than the current year. The required contributions are increasing primarily due to the following reasons: the increase to the normal cost as a result of the new assumptions and larger than expected payroll growth across all plans. Next slide, please. This slide shows a brief history of the aggregate funded status for the state plans. You can see again that the funded status has increased from 75.3% to 79.2% as of the latest valuation. This increase in the funded status is attributable to the investment return exceeding the discount rate for fiscal year 24-25. We've also included the aggregate fair value of assets and unfunded accrued liability for the plans altogether. Individual figures for each of the 5 plans can be found on attachment 2. Next slide, please. Here we have a comparison of the current year rates and next year's rates. Also in the center column, we have the projected rates that were provided in a circular letter last fall. You can see that rates for fiscal year 26-27 are relatively similar to the current year rates for all plans, yet the dollar amounts are increasing. As I mentioned, the reasons for the change in the rate are the new assumptions, which increase the normal cost for all plans, and the increase to the salary for all plans generated losses across all plans, but also served to reduce the total rate. This is because when dividing the UAL contribution by larger than expected payroll, it results in a lower total rate. The exception here is CHP, which has a far lower rate than the current year. This plan experienced the same issues that I just mentioned, but also they have a large UAL base that will be dropping off as they will have paid it off in the current year. When we compare our projected rates to the final rates for 26-27, you can see that miscellaneous, industrial safety, and POF all have rates higher than what was projected. This is due to the increase to the normal cost due to the new assumptions which were not included in last year's projections. For CHP, same thing. They had the large salary increase which went to serve to lower the total rate, the UAL rate. Just for reference, CHP had the largest payroll increase of all the plans at 8% when we're expecting 3%. Next slide, please. On this slide, we have the actuarially required contribution rates for fiscal year 26-27 listed on the left-hand side. We've also included the additional statutory contribution per Government Code 20683.2, which results in the total contribution for 26-27. This is for information purposes only. We are not asking you to approve the additional statutory contribution. Those will be subject to the state's annual budget process. Next slide, please. Moving on to member contributions. Separate member contribution rates have been set for PEPRA since January 1st, 2013. PEPRA member contributions were originally calculated as half the normal cost, rounded to the nearest 0.25%. The normal cost is calculated annually, and if it is determined that the normal cost has changed by 1% or more since the last time the PEPRA member rates were set, the PEPRA member rates are recalculated. This is the policy we have in place for public agencies. The state employee contribution rates, however, are set through collective bargaining. In 2013, state classic and PEPRA member contribution rates were scheduled to increase to reach half of the normal cost at the time when the plans were set to reach half the normal cost at the time. If the bargained rate was greater than half the normal cost, those rates were left alone. Since 2013, the majority of member contribution rate changes have been determined through collective bargaining. Next slide, please. There are, however, a few exceptions to that rule that the state members contribute half of the normal cost. These exceptions include the PEPRA members of the legislature, California State University, and the judicial branch. These groups do adhere to the rule for PEPRA member contributions I described on the last slide. For these groups, the normal cost has not changed by 1% or more since the last time the PEPRA member rates were set, so they will not see any changes to their member contribution rates for fiscal year 26-27. You can find plan-specific information for these employee rates on attachment 5. Next slide, please. We also have a handful of bargaining units that have agreed that their classic and PEPRA member rates will contribute half of the normal cost. These bargaining units are bargaining units 2, 5, 12, 16, and 18. Each of these bargaining units has their own criteria for when to change the employee rates. Plan-specific information for these groups can be found on attachment 6. But it is the same for them as well, that the normal cost has not changed by 1% or more, so they will also not be seeing any change to their member contribution rates for fiscal year 26-27. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have the projected required contribution rates. You can see that rates are expected to increase for fiscal year 27-28. This is the final year that the June 30, 22 investment loss will be fully ramped in. After 27-28, the rates are declining as we continue to ramp in the investment gains from the last 2 years. These projections you see on this slide assume an annual investment return of 6.8% and no other gains or losses. We will release updated projections this year after the investment return as of June 30th, 2026 is published. We will also be publishing our full valuation report later this year, which will include our methods, assumptions, and participant data. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Are there questions? Mr. Ubakawa.
Thank you for the presentation. It's, I appreciate all the charts and the cover, the little summary in the letter. I think it's good to see that the employer contributions will be starting to decrease after the 27, 28. But it's also good to see that, I mean, you know, it's a snapshot. I mean, but we saw because of, in November, we adopted new assumptions, and that had, you know, it impacts one way. It's uneven. I mean, on one hand, where's my little notes here? Normal cost, where is it? Normal cost decreased because of demographics, but on the other hand, there was an increase because of the assumption changes, more conservative. It had a negative impact. But overall, I think it's good to see the funded level has improved, and it has been continuing to improve. And at the same time, we're going to see if we meet all our assumptions, as I wish we will, I'm sure, on the actuarial, on the return assumptions. We should see employer contributions go down. And I thank you for including, you had a little chart as to the percentage of PEPRA members from 64 down to, I forgot what number. So that would, employers should like that too. So thank you very much for your presentation. I found it very, very forward-looking and beneficial. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Willett? Yeah, go ahead. Ms. Willett.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation as well. And I'm going to drill into Mr. Rubalcava's comment again. I had the same thinking. If you could walk us through the impact of those November assumption changes, the mortality, I think, and how they offset the rate relief that we expected to see from the strong investment returns.
Yeah, so if you look at, let's see, attachment 1, I'm sorry, we don't have that to pull up here. You can see that there's a reconciliation for how the rates have changed with several line items, one of them being the new assumptions. So you can see that the change in assumptions across the board has increased the total rate, but then there are other line items reducing that rate to kind of offset. So I'd say it's pretty lucky that we had an investment gain when we have an assumption change, just because they will offset each other. But as far as specific decrements, mortality, inflation, we don't separate that out. It's just included in the assumption change line item.
Okay. And then I think, so the rates, or what we are seeing is based on the June 2025 rates, but we've already seen like significant volatility this year. And I want to make sure our employers and participants know what to budget, right, off of these rates maybe, or not know what to budget, but can, you know, project, given the market turbulence, even in just the last few weeks. Can staff speak to what a sustained investment loss of like 5 to 10% in fiscal year 25 would do to employer contribution rates for 27, 28?
Yes, so the investment returns will have a big impact on the rates. I don't have calculations for the numbers that you suggested. However, our projections later this fall do include some kind of what-if scenarios for different investment returns.
Okay, thank you. So I look forward to seeing those what-if scenarios. As our employers probably will too. And then finally, my final question is, my understanding is that even though the 11.6% return was strong, we have a 5-year ramp-up amortization policy, right? And so only a portion of that gain is being recognized in this valuation. So can staff let us, like, show us how much of the investment gain is flowing into fiscal year 26, 27, given the fact that we may see volatility or decreased returns, and how that's being phased over then maybe the next 4 years, so that employers can, what trajectory can our employers anticipate?
Yes, so there is an area that in the attachments that shows the impact of the investment gain. But if you look at the slide we have right now, you can see that we are going to continue to ramp in. So those decreases every year are the compound of the investment gain from this year and last year. So you can see, for example, miscellaneous is going to drop off, 1.2% between 27, 28 and 28, 29. So you can see that like that's what the investment gains from the last 2 years will be doing as they go into the future. So as we continue to ramp up, you'll see bigger decreases in this projection. Now, these projections assume no future gains and losses. So as soon as we get our investment return as of this year, these are all going to change. But that would be one way for employers to kind of see where they're headed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
If I could add a quick comment, I'd like to remind everyone that we do have the pension outlook tool for all the employers, and that would give you the opportunity, or employers, to put a -5% and a -20 or 10% in terms of return, and see the impact directly on their the individual plan's rates. So we do try to put this information in the reports, and as Nina mentioned, once we have the return for the end of the fiscal year, we'll put out new projections for the state. But in the meantime, employers can go out to the website and pick their own scenario and returns and get estimates right now on potential impacts of the volatility of investment returns.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, do we have any public comment? We do not. This is an action item. Is there a motion to approve? And a second?
I will second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. We have approved 5D, and we'll move on now to 5E, which is the school's valuation, employer and employee contribution rates. Mr. Toronto and Mr. Toshida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is similar to the state. It's an annual item which sets the school contribution rates for the upcoming fiscal year. I'll pass it to Paul, who will go through our presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Paul Chita with the CalPERS Actuarial Office, here to present the results of the schools pool evaluation and the suggested employer and PEPR employee contribution rates. Next slide, please. Like state, the actuarial evaluation date is June 30th, 2025, and the rates we are proposing will be for fiscal year 26-27. So coming up, starting this July. The schools pool covers classified employees of local school districts, community college districts, and most county offices of education in the state. And it is a risk pool, so all of the employers in the schools pool pay the same rate. And like the state, the contribution is one rate, it's 1% of payroll. There's not a separate dollar contribution for the EOL. The unfunded liability and the normal cost is combined and is paid as a single rate as a percent of payroll. Next slide, please. So there are a few key items of experience since the prior evaluation, a couple of which are the same as the state valuation. The first is the 12% money-weighted investment return that was experienced in the PERF. That, of course, served to drive an actuarial investment gain that helped reduce rates a little bit. We also made assumption changes in conjunction with the experience study that was finalized in November of last year, which resulted in a modest cost increase. Salary increases I would like to mention for active members averaged about 4.5% last year, and I mention that only because in the prior 3 years, the salary increase rates were quite elevated relative to what our actuarial assumptions were. So we're finally seeing those recede down to what we would consider more normal levels. Now, the growth in the total payroll was still fairly robust at about 6.6% over the prior year. That's a product of the pay increases above, but also continued growth in the active headcount of the schools pool population. And that increase in payroll served to decrease the employer contribution rate a little bit. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the key results of the evaluation, and I would just like to focus on a few of the items. So in the top half of the table, you see that the funded ratio of the schools pool increased from 69.6% to 74.7%. So an increase of a little over 5%, which is great. At the same time, the unfunded accrued liability decreased by about $5 billion down to $35.7 billion. It's good to see that going in the right direction. Now, in the bottom half of the table are the contribution rates that are being recommended in this valuation. The employer contribution rate is decreasing by a little over 40 basis points to 26.4%. And the PEPRA member contribution rate is staying even and staying unchanged at 8%. All right, next slide, please. So drilling down a little bit into the employer rate of 26.4% for this coming fiscal year. Again, like I said, that represents a decrease of roughly 40 basis points. It's also spot on with what we estimated in our circular letter that was published in November of last year, which was projecting a rate of 26.4%. Now, despite the fact that the rate is declining, the dollar amount, the expected dollar amount of contributions coming in next fiscal year is higher solely because the projected payroll for next year is projected to be higher. Next slide, please. So a few slides ago, I mentioned the funded ratio of 74.7% for the schools pool, and I'd like to put it in historical context. So here we have a 10-year history of the funded ratio, as well as the unfunded liability on the bottom of the slide. And again, the last couple of years, we've seen some pretty good improvement in that funded ratio for the schools pool. Now, I always like to note on this slide that we're showing a 10-year history here, but the discount rate that we were using to measure the liabilities over this 10-year period has not been the same the entire time. We're currently measuring using a discount rate of 6.8%, but the discount rate at the very beginning, the first year of this 10-year history, was 7.5%, and it has decreased 4 times in the 10-year span shown here. So if the discount rate theoretically had been 6.8% the entire time, this entire 10-year history, the funded ratios in these earlier years would be lower than they're shown here. Just like to put that context in. Next slide, please. So in addition to setting the employer contribution rate, the actuarial office also sets the PEPRA member contribution rate for the schools pool, for schools employees, because they are subject to the PEPRA requirement that they contribute 50% of normal cost. Now, we do the measurement every year, and if the total normal cost for PEPRA members changes by more than 1%, then we have to reset the member contribution to be half of it. But in this valuation, the total normal cost did not change by more than 1%, so the PEPRA member rate will stay at its current level of 8%. Classic members pay 7%, and that is set by statute, so there's no involvement of the actuarial evaluation. And our favorite informational item, the PEPRA membership statistics, just data statistics here. The schools pool is fairly well advanced in terms of the progression from classic to PEPRA. 70% by headcount of the schools pool, of the active headcount, is PEPRA now, so 30% is classic. And by payroll, that PEPRA percentage is 62%. Next slide, please. Now, in conjunction with coming up with the employer rate, we always like to do a projection of where we see the employer contribution rate going in the next few years. And the overall pattern here of the projection you're seeing on the screen is similar to what you saw for the state valuation, where we are projecting a modest bump next year, and then followed by a steady decline for the following years after that, ending up 24%, a little bit sub 24%, 4 or 5 years from now. Now, we'd like to note that, again, similar to the conversation that we just had for the state, this assumes 6.8% investment in return after June 30, 2025. So after the valuation date of June 30, 2025, we're still in the 25-26 fiscal year. We don't know what the return will be. So this assumes the 6.8% return for that and all future years, as well as all other experience matching our actuarial assumptions. But again, if that were to pass, then we would see the projected rates as shown here. So it's nice to see a decline, sustained decline, hopefully in the future, and let's hope that comes to pass. All right, that is the end of my prepared remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there questions? Mr. Palkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're on this slide, the sort of the large drop, is that due to the investment returns that we're seeing in these last couple of years?
It is. It is. We the little bump coming up in the next fiscal year is because we had a large investment loss in fiscal year 21-22. And that's the fifth and final year of the 5-year phase-in or the ramping in of that loss is occurring 27-28. So we get a small bump up from that big loss finally like coming into full place. Then after that, now we have the ramping in of the investment gains that we've seen the last couple of years. So those are continuing their 5-year ramp up, which is causing the rate to decline in the future after the 27-28.
Right, thank you. And I mean, looking at the numbers, I'm quite happy with what I'm seeing. So again, thank you to the teams that are doing this great work. And I'll be interested to see what happens in the future when we're keeping the employee rate static. But again, only the future will tell on that one. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, I will second Mr. Palkey's thanks and appreciation. When we look at this chart, we're starting to see some progress. Many of us have been waiting for some years for things to begin to turn around in terms of employer contribution rates. We're not there yet, but we see the horizon out there, and that is reassuring. This is an action item. Is there a motion to approve? Motion. And second? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item is approved. We'll move on to our last action item, which is the Judge's Retirement System Number 2 Actuarial Valuation Report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members, Randy Zubek, CalPERS actuarial team. You're getting a steady stream of actuaries this morning. I'm sure you're happy about that. Item 5F is a presentation of the Judges 2 actuarial valuation as of June 30, 2025. This presentation will look very similar to the last two presentations, although a little slimmed down. This plan is not nearly as large as the previous two. Next slide. So first of all, why is this called the Judges 2 system? Back in 1994, the legislature created a new benefit design for judges hired after November 9th, 1994. Judges hired prior to that date are in our Judges plan, a separate plan that was part of the action consent items earlier this morning. Not nearly as much interesting information in that plan to warrant a board presentation. However, this plan is a little bit more interesting. This valuation determines required employer and member contributions for the 26-27 fiscal year. And unlike the last two presentations, there are no assumption changes that were reflected in this year's valuation results for Judges 2, and we'll talk about why that is. Next slide. So as far as the experience of the previous year, investments performed very well, as we've seen with the last two presentations. The return for the Judges plan was 11.5% relative to the 6.0 expected return for that plan. In terms of actuarial gains and losses that are not related to investments, we call those demographic gains and losses. The total sum of those was less than 0.1% of the accrued liability for this plan. And that basically means that the experience during the last year tracked almost exactly with our actuarial assumptions. Next slide. Now, the asset liability management process is something we do every 4 years. It's separate from the valuation process. And in the last two presentations, you heard that some new assumptions were incorporated into the valuation results. The Judges 2 plan is what we call an affiliate plan within CalPERS lingo. And our experience study process and ALM process lags that of the PERF a little bit. So we're right in the middle of that right now. The investment committee heard a first reading of potential alternate asset allocations for the Judges 2 plan. There'll be a second reading in June. And so that's where the asset allocation going forward and the discount rate assumption will be decided. None of that is part of my presentation today, including any changes to the demographic assumptions. That's also part of the ALM process. And actually later today, you'll see the first reading of proposed demographic assumptions for this plan, the Judges 2 plan. Next slide. Now, in terms of results, the assets perform very well. As you know, producing a pretty large increase from 6/30/24 to 6/30/25. The accrued liability increased almost exactly as we had expected, and combined, those two factors resulted in a funded status of 108.9%. You don't often see a funded status greater than 100%, so this is a very good number. Discount rate is 6%, as I discussed previously. So what does it mean to be over 100% funded? It generally means that for retirees of this plan, separated members with deferred benefits, the value of those benefits is completely covered by the assets in the plan today, as long as it continues to earn on average 6%. So we've essentially paid for all future benefits of our inactive workforce in this plan. Now, for actives, the goal is to fund their benefits over their working career. And so as of right now, as of 6/30/25, we're a little ahead of schedule as far as funding those active members. But we haven't funded all of their future benefits. In other words, they'll continue to earn service and additional benefits going forward, and those benefits are not part of this funded status calculation. Next slide. So in terms of the required contribution for this plan, normally a CalPERS plan has two main components of their required contribution. The first is the normal cost. That's the ongoing cost of the active members continuing to earn service. And then typically, the plans are less than 100% funded, and so they have a required payment towards any unfunded liability that they have on the valuation date. So that second piece of required contribution does not exist for this plan, given that it's over 100% funded. So what you're seeing here for the required contribution is just the normal cost for this plan. The total normal cost is in the top line. It's about 33% of pay. And of course, with regard to normal cost, members' contributions pay part of that for all of the CalPERS plans. Classic members have a statutory requirement of 8%, and PEPRA members pay roughly half of the normal cost. So for 26-27, the required contribution rate is 22.18%. It's a slight decrease from last year, and we're going to see that slow decreasing of that rate in our projection coming up, and that's basically due to classic members turning over and being replaced by PEPRA members who will be paying a higher portion of the normal cost. Next slide. This slide of funded status looks a lot like what you just saw from Paul and Nina. We had a bit of a dip during COVID where investments did not perform as well as we would like. And then sort of a steady increase over the last 4 years with better, more favorable investment returns. One thing that this slide points out, you don't have to go back very far to see this plan with a funded ratio of over 120% actually, but in the very next year drop below 100%. So the 109% funded status is very good. We can pat ourselves on the back for that, but it's nothing to be concerned about that it's too high, and it just provides a nice buffer in case we get some of that unfavorable investment performance going forward. Next slide. I spoke a little bit about member contributions. So the judges in this system, the PEPRA judges, like other CalPERS members, pay roughly half of the normal cost. One difference between the judges plan and other CalPERS plans is that the PEPRA benefit structure is really not as different from the classic benefits as it is for non-judges throughout the system. The main difference for the judges is the use of a 3-year average pay at retirement instead of a 1-year for the classic members. Now, what that means is that if you were to look at the normal cost between just the classic judges versus the Pepper judges, they look very similar. There's not the difference that you see in other plans. So that's one reason, among others, that the member contribution rate for judges is quite high at 16.75%. That's much higher than the average member rate. It's not the highest across the system. We have some safety plans that are 17% of pay. But the fact that the Pepper benefits are fairly generous contributes to why this member rate is as high as it is. Next slide. And here I alluded to the projection of contribution rates. Because the plan is overfunded, we project it to continue to stay overfunded as long as we continue to earn 6% on our investments. And so for this projection period, you're just seeing a projection of the normal cost only and the employer portion of that normal cost. And again, it's decreasing because we're getting more and more Pepper members in the mix who are paying the higher rate of contributions. And I think that's it for my slides. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. This is truly a good news story, and one that simply reaffirms well-managed, defined benefit public pensions are entirely possible, doable, and we're doing it.
I agree.
So, with that, is there a motion to approve? And second? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So we have completed our action items. We have some information agenda items. Are there any questions on items 6A, B, or C that would, from my colleagues? Seeing none? Did I miss something, David? Okay, we have, I think, only the summary of committee direction and any additional public comment left on the agenda. So,
Madam Chair, would you like to start the presentations for the information agenda items, or do you?
Thank you. Let's move on to our information agenda items. And the first one is 6A, long-term care evaluation report. And Fritzy.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Fritzy DeRay, a member of CalPERS actuarial team. Item 6A is your fourth and final installment of actuarial evaluations for today. It is the long-term care evaluation results as of June 30th, 2025. Okay, some background. This is an annual agenda item to report the funded status and general health of the long-term care program. All information in this report is as of June 30th, 2025, although I will note that all approved rate increases that are going on right now and through 2027 are also reflected in these results. This presentation is meant to highlight the key aspects of the report, and for your convenience, the full report is available as an attachment to this agenda item. Thank you. Okay. The margin as of June 30th, 2025 was negative 6.62%. That is up from negative 10.58% a year ago. As a reminder, the margin is the percentage of premiums for the program it's the percentage of premiums that the program needs to be adjusted to get the margin back to 0%. The funded ratio for the program is 97%, up from 94%. And the funded ratio is simply the ratio of the program assets to the program liabilities. The next slide will depict a reconciliation of how we arrived at the current year figures from the prior year. So the way to read this chart is row by row, left to right. You can see last year's numbers on the top row. The margin was negative 10.58% and the funded ratio was 94%. So let's take a look at the second section of the table. This section displays how the margin and funded ratio reacted to the actual experience of the program during the 24-25 fiscal year. We had a good year for investment experience. The portfolio earned a return of 9.5% compared to the 4.75% expectation. As a result, both the margin and the funded ratio of the program increased to negative 1.71% and 99% respectively. All other experience, however, was slightly less favorable than what we expected. We call all other experience non-investment experience. The non-investment experience served to lower both measures to negative 3.85% and 98%. Finally, the actuaries do an experience study every year and adjust the program assumptions if needed. Claim utilization was higher than what we expected, predominantly due to increasing medical cost trends. This adjustment, as well as a few other minor adjustments to the actuarial assumptions, increased the plan costs and lowered both the margin and the funded ratio to negative 6.62% and 97%. This concludes the prepared portion of my presentation. I will take any questions if there are any.
Right. Are there any questions? Mr. Rubalcava.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Anna? No. He's working on it.
There you are.
Sorry about that. Thank you for presentation. I'm still confused about the margin. You described it as percentage of premium that needs to go just to get back to zero. Then the board letter has a formula where it's a percentage of the present value of future premiums. I guess I know what I'm comparing, but because it seems counterintuitive, because we talk about how the investment return was positive, the fund balance is high, the funded status, I'm sorry, is high. And yet, because of all these other assumptions, we have to take corrective action, right? And I know there's something called the first principles based modeling method is being used or something. So I guess I know it's different than a health plan. It's being done very, very different. So that maybe that's why. But can you give me another attempt at trying to explain margin to me, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I might have actually butchered it a little bit, but negative 6.62% margin would indicate that if we raised premiums by 6.62% across the board, then the program would be at a 0% margin. That's what it is. It's just an indication of which way the premium should go.
But it's a comparison between the reserves, right? Or what is supposed
So basically, you want the program right to have at least enough assets to cover the anticipated claims that are coming out. And so currently, we do not have that level.
So how is that different than the funded status?
So the funded status is just a ratio. We have the program assets, and we're dividing that by the program liability. So what the expected claim costs are as of June 30th, 2025. And so the difference between the two, that's the funded ratio. The margin is just a measure of where the premiums need to go to get ourselves back to 100% funded.
So the part that I did get is that both the funded status and the margin are both improving.
Correct.
So
that's
I guess that's the big thing, going from 10.58 to 6.262 and from 94 to 97. Okay.
Right.
I think that's the main takeaway. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, this was an information item, and we will move on to 6B, Semi-Annual Health Plan Financial Report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Emily Zong, CalPERS team member. This is Agenda Item 6B, Semi-Annual Health Plan Financial Report. This report is provided to the committee twice a year as part of the monitoring and reporting process for the healthcare fund, which include health plan account balances, actual reserve amount, and surpluses or deficits for the health plan sub-account. Today, I'm reporting the financial performance for the PPO and the flex fund HMO plan as of the end of 2025. Before going through the fund status, I want to share some recent improvement we've seen on the PPO program. This graph shows the history of PPO fund balance to actuarial ratio for the past 5 years. As a reminder, our healthcare fund reserve policy provides a framework for maintaining the appropriate level of reserve for the PPO plan. When the fund balance is less than 90% of actuarial reserve, a premium surcharge may be considered to help replenish the fund. If the fund balance is at or below 90% of the actuarial reserve, no action is needed. The dashed line on the graph indicates the 90% benchmark of actuarial reserve needed for 2025. As shown in the graph, there has been a reserve funding shortfall for our PPO plans in 2021. That year, fund balance fell below 90% of actuarial reserve and continued to decrease through 2023. This was mainly due to a combination of premium buy-down for plan year 2020 to 2022 and unexpected high healthcare costs for the couple of years post-COVID. After a few years of premium surcharge, we've seen great improvement in the PPO fund. As reported in November, the ratio has increased to 66% as of June last year, and I'm happy to report that the fund continued to increase to 81% by year-end 2025. We expect the PPO fund status will continue to improve and likely reach the required benchmark of 90% reserve level in 2026. We are currently evaluating potential options to begin reducing the PPO premium surcharge starting with 2027 premium for the board's consideration and BHPC. Next slide, please. Here we have the recent healthcare fund performance for the HMO Basic and PPO Medicare and Basic plans. Starting with the HMO Basic plan, the estimated fund balance as of the end of 2025 was $269 million. The next column shows the HMO Basic estimated liability of $122 million, with the last column showing the surplus of $148 million. This is a $16 million improvement from the end of 2024. Now on the PPO side, starting with the basic plan, the estimated fund balance as of December 2025 was $437 million. We estimated liability and required actuarial reserve level of $602 million for a fund status of $165 million below the fully reserved level or $105 million below the 90% of reserves. For the PPO Medicare plans, the estimated fund balance as of the end of 2025 was $217 million. After required actuarial reserve of $206 million, the fund status for PPO Medicare plan now is $11 million above the fully reserved level. The overall PPO status improved by about $313 million at the end of 2024. This improvement was primarily driven by the premium surcharge and the higher than expected pharmacy subsidies we received from the federal government for the Medicare plan. As mentioned earlier, we have the fund balance to actuarial ratio of 81% at the end of 2025 for PPO. Next slide, please. Now looking forward, with the premium surcharge approved by the board for PPO premium in 2026 as well, we do expect the PPO fund status will continue to improve. And additionally, we have implemented other ways to improve our PPO program. As we know, on the medical side, the current PPO contract, we do include significant performance guarantee to ensure Blue Shield of California and included how are financially responsible for keeping the cost at or below the agreed upon threshold. On the pharmacy side, starting January this year, we have a new contract with CVS, which also has strong performance guarantee for CVS to control costs. Thanks to this improvement, and as I mentioned earlier, in the rate development process currently underway, we are evaluating potential options to begin reducing the PPO premium surcharge starting with 2027 premium for the board's consideration in PHPC. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions for Emily? All right. Emily, thank you. No questions.
Thank you.
All right. And we will move on to our last information item, which is 6C, the asset liability management, first reading, Judges 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kurt Schneider. I'm with the Actuarial Office. Today, I'm going to talk about, this is part of the asset liability management process, but specifically, we're just talking about actuarial assumptions and just talking about the 3 affiliate funds, judges, judges 2, and legislators. Some of this is going to seem maybe like a little deja vu. You adopted new assumptions for PERS in November. Along with that experience study, this is sort of a continuation of that. And we're just going to put a little bow on it with these affiliate funds, which technically are separate retirement systems that we also administer. Next slide. So today we'll give a brief overview. We'll talk a little bit about the discount rate, review inflation, mortality, and we'll talk about some other assumptions. Then the other ones really only affect JRS 2 for reasons that I will explain. We'll talk about the cost impact, which is really only for JRS 2 and LRS, and I'll explain that. And whether there'll be any impact, or we expect there to be any impact on member rates for PEPRA members, and that would only be for JRS 2 because of these 3 affiliate funds, only JRS 2 has active PEPRA members. And we'll talk about next steps. Next slide. Okay, so important thing to remember about assumptions, whenever we talk about changing assumptions, we talk about the impact on cost, but if you look at long-term, actual assumptions don't affect the long-term costs. Long-term costs are going to be determined by what benefits are actually paid, what investment earnings are actually earned. What they affect, though, is our estimate of what those benefit payments and investment returns will be. So they affect the short-term cost, what the contribution requirements are going to be. So what do they affect? They do affect the funded status, but that is really only of these 3, only for JRS 2 and LRS. And that is because the first JRS plan is not a funded plan. There's no assets in it, or effectively no assets. It's what you call a pay-as-you-go plan, where benefits are paid out and the state simply reimburses the fund and keeps a positive balance in the account. So whatever we assume, the funded status is going to be, the funded ratio is going to be about 0% regardless. Required employer contributions for the same reason doesn't affect JRS. Their contributions, the state contributions for JRS are just going to be determined by what benefit payments really get paid, not what we assume they're going to be. And member contributions, I just mentioned, is just JRS 2, and financial reporting information that goes on the state's financial statements. Assumptions do affect factors that get used for something like service purchases. Now, LRS does not have any active members. LRS is entirely just retirees, so that doesn't affect them, but it would affect JRS members and JRS 2 members. And as I mentioned, the reason we want to have accurate assumptions is because if we don't, the long-term costs are going to be what they are. And if our assumptions are too optimistic, there's going to be increases later. If our assumptions are too pessimistic, there's going to be decreases later. And we're trying to get a level, steady contributions. Next slide. The assumptions we're going to talk about. So, the assumption we're not going to talk about today much is the discount rate. That's studied separately. That goes to the investment committee because the discount rate is decided along with the investment strategy decisions. But we are going to talk about, or very briefly, the inflation assumption, which you might think of as part of the discount rate, but it also affects retiree COLA assumptions and salary increase assumptions. And on the non-economic side, there's pay increases, where we're talking about merit increases. Longevity, which is a nice way to say mortality assumption. Retirement, termination, disability, and anything else. And again, for LRS, like some of these don't matter at all for LRS. They don't have active members. They're all retirees. Disability, termination, retirement, pay increases, nothing. We just care about COLAs and mortality. Next slide. So key findings, similar to the PERS, is that we had this big kind of event during the pandemic where we had higher mortality, a lot of retirements, and we kind of had to exclude some of that data. As we were looking at it, what we found is that most assumptions didn't require significant changes. But JRS 2 and LRS will see increased costs, and that's mainly due to increasing the price inflation assumption, which, like I said, for LRS, we're just talking about retirees. And JRS 2, we have salary increases and retiree COLAs. JRS 2, like I said, yeah. JRS, JRS see an increase in projected benefits because of the retiree COLAs, but it doesn't affect direct cost requirements. Next slide. Next slide. So the discount rate, I'm just going to mention here that in March, you did see recommendations or where we're leaning for JRS 2 and LRS, and the recommendation that we expect to bring in June is, well, I guess we'll see, but nothing in March showed that you should be expecting a big change in the discount rate for those two plans. You didn't see anything on JRS. Next slide. And the reason is that there's no investment decisions being made there. There's not a pot of money, and the discount rate doesn't affect the funded status. It doesn't affect member contribution requirements, employer required contributions, nothing. And the discount rate, even for active JRS members, doesn't affect their service purchases because they use the JRS 2 discount rate for that. Next slide. Next slide. Our inflation review, very briefly, we saw a big spike in inflation a few years ago, but we never saw that big of a spike in projected inflation, what was expected long term. So there's a lot more about this in the PERS experience study, and what we're doing here with these is that we are recommending that the same assumption be adopted for these three affiliate funds, and that is an increase from 2.3% to 2.5%. Next slide. Next slide. And the mortality assumption, similarly, that's one big study that's done on all the mortality information we have, and we're just recommending that these three affiliate funds adopt the same mortality assumptions that was adopted for PERS in November. Next slide. And they were very small. They had a very small impact on female mortality. We're talking about expected lifetime of a month longer, and no impact on male expected longevity. Next slide. Next slide. And next slide. So, as Randy mentioned, when he was doing the JRS 2, JRS, the first one, was closed to new members in 1994. There's a few actives left. 56 active members, no PEPR members, and LRS is entirely retirees. So the only assumptions that we really care about for them is inflation, and that's mainly for the COLA, and mortality. So any more assumptions, next slide, is just for JRS 2. And there we do, that's an open plan. Any new judge that's appointed, even if it's a retiring judge from JRS, is going to be in a JRS 2 plan. So we looked at service retirement and disability retirement. The only ones that we're recommending changes for are the service retirement and the withdrawal retirement, basically leaving the bench without retiring. Next slide. And there's just a brief graph to show that, we analyze all the assumptions. What was the actual experience? What was our actual assumption? And we try and move the assumption a little closer to what the experience was. Next slide. And the same for the withdrawal rates. And next slide. And next slide. Okay. So the cost assumptions, like I said, for JRS, assumptions don't affect the cost. The state is just going to pay whatever benefit payments get paid out. JRS 2, we saw a small increase in the employer normal cost rate, 0.78% of payroll, which we don't expect to affect the PEPRA member rate. So that's good news for the PEPRA judges. The accrued liability would go up. So this is based on the 25 valuation. These assumptions won't be adopted until 26, but based on the 25 valuation, it would be an increase in $63 million. Now, Randy had such good news a little while ago, saying that JRS2 was 108.9% funded, and unfortunately, it's my job to say, well, if we change these assumptions like we think we will, it's only 106.8. But the point that it's over 100% still stands. So this increase in accrued liability, although it's $63 million, there's no increase in the immediate cost because they don't make a UAL payment even with the change in assumptions. LRS, we don't have to worry about normal cost because there's no active members. It's just an increase in the accrued liability of $2 million, which decreases the funded ratio, about 2% of payroll. Next slide. Next steps, next slide. So we'll come back to you in June with final recommendation and final reading. And at the same time, we are coordinating to make sure that in my CalPERS, we can do things like calculate service purchases or calculate optional forms for retirement based on the new assumptions so that if a retiree so that as soon as you change the assumptions, adopt new assumptions, that members would not see any disruption in service. And I think that's it. Next slide. Is there another slide? Oh, great. That concludes my planned comments. And with that, I would take any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Kurt, this was a very good report, and it's heading in a very positive direction. And on behalf of the board, my thanks to you and to everyone in the actuarial team that put this together.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we have gotten to that point of summary of committee direction.
I took no direction for this committee today.
Yeah, no, I don't recall any. Do we have any public comments? None? Okay. Then we have gotten to the end of this meeting. Mr. Palkey, what time would you like to begin the performance compensation and talent management meeting?
Let's start up at 11:30.
Shall we perhaps take an hour break? And so we will adjourn and return at 12:30 for the beginning of the performance compensation and talent management meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to bring the Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee to order. Can we start with the roll call, please?
Kevin Pauke,
Good afternoon.
Lisa Middleton. Present. Deborah Doritos from Malia Cohen. Here. Michael DeToy. Monica Erickson. Here. Troy Johnson. Here. Teresa Taylor.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have our executive report. Mr. Hoffman.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Today we have two items before the committee. Agenda item 5A will be presented by your primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, or GGA. And they're here to conduct an educational session for the committee around incentives and total portfolio approach. The presentation will help set the foundation for other items we'll also be hearing today. Item 5B by GGA will present their annual incentive metrics review via the policy. It's presented as an information item today so the committee can provide feedback and direction to Global Governance Advisors, who will then return in June with final recommendations for the committee's and board adoption of incentive metrics for fiscal year 2026-2027. In addition, I would like to point out that Tom Tutt from Wilshire Advisors is here to provide any feedback if you had any questions as relates to these information items and how they might interplay with investment policy or items related to the investment committee. With that, that concludes my report, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't have any questions from the committee, which brings us to action consent items. What is the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval.
Got a motion from Ms. Taylor. Second from Mr. Johnson. See any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. I did not get any requests to pull any information consent items, which then moves us into our information agenda items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. First up, we have item 5A, which presents an educational item on aligning incentives through a total portfolio approach. The board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, will provide information on industry trends and best practices for executive and investment compensation. This presentation will provide a framework to support the committee in their knowledge and duties related to the annual incentive metrics review for classifications covered by the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions. That concludes my opening remarks, and we can invite now Mr. Landers and Mr. Kelly to begin their presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Brad Kelly, partner with Global Governance Advisors. For the new members, very nice to meet you. And thank you very much for instilling your continued trust in us and bringing us on for yet another mandate working with your board and your committee. That being said, this is a unique year where you're getting ready to transition towards a total portfolio approach. And naturally, there were questions that arose around its impact on the current incentive design, or how the incentive design might need to be changed or augmented to align with this new incentive or investment approach. So that being said, we're going to start with this education session just to walk you through some of the initial things you might want to think about, things that we've learned in our investigation, and getting ready for a bit more change or some objective testing later on that we'll propose for the upcoming PCTM meeting. That being said, we'll start out with just what are the current foundational elements and how this is affecting or how it's aligned with your current philosophy. Compensation in general is designed to attract and retain highly qualified individuals by offering them competitive pay and incentivizing their performance. You want to make sure that a sizable portion is at risk. So it's not just paying for people to come and show up, but also paying for the performance and the achievements that are realized in their roles that they play within your pension system. having at-risk pay is a risk-averse way of compensating your individuals within your organization, because it should be correlated to the actual value add and the achievements that they make in your organization. They currently, in terms of your compensation philosophy, your incentive awards are tied to the organizational performance outcomes, the incentive metrics, your investment returns, as well as key business or individual objectives. And then also your investment returns, because you are a institutional investor, you're here for the long run. You want to make sure that your incentives are calculated on a longer term basis. You want to make sure that it's designed to help sustain your fund and make sure that you're able to provide your benefits to your members for generations to come. So that being said, when we look at the current design of your compensation plan, there's three key buckets that currently exist. First and foremost is the base salary, and that is for someone coming in, you're paying them for the role that they're going to be performing within your organization, and that is kind of the key. We're paying for you to come in and fulfill this role. The other two buckets are associated with how they're actually achieving within those roles and what they're actually doing to help progress or to sustain this fund going forward. First is your annual incentive, and the second is a long-term incentive. Both are capped above the 100% target, and we see that as ideal because it helps to incentivize your team and the individuals to go above and beyond what you've deemed as your base sustainable targets. And so you want to make sure that you're rewarding and incentivizing individuals to go above and beyond, and that's what the current design will help you to do. Your annual incentive is broken down into two subcomponents. First is quantitative elements, again, based on a multi-year performance element on total fund performance against your standard strategic asset allocation model. And then you have additional objectives such as looking at how you perform against the enterprise operational effectiveness, in the investment office. That's really around the fee structure, what it costs for you to actually operate your investment team. We do know, and we will note that in this morning's FAC conversation, there were some questions that were raised around the fees, additional fees that are being proposed within the upcoming budget. This element will help to determine whether or not you're aligned or misaligned with the market. And so if there's any question around that, just be sure that it's already being addressed within the framework of the incentive design. You're also looking at customer service and stakeholder engagement on the annual side. And then on the qualitative side, because we always say from a success perspective, you want to make sure that individuals are fulfilling their role objectively, so they're attaining the objective targets and the things that you're expecting them to do. But it's not just what they're doing and achieving, but it's how they're achieving it as well, because they're equally important. And so that's why there's qualitative elements here too, looking at how are they leading? How are they leading the team? How are they fostering a good culture? Is there attraction and retention issues that have suddenly been realized within your organization? Also looking at their performance against some of their own personal business objectives or team objectives. And then something that's just been added in this year, Stephen came in and said collaboration is such a core element of TPA in terms of this practice that we need to start instilling this into our team early. So he took the initiative to start putting that in place so that your investment professionals will now be looking at this as a key objective that they need to achieve and perform against for them to be incentivized accordingly. That being said, there's a third element which was addressed or was implemented prior to Peter and I coming in, and that was the adoption of a long-term incentive. You are unique in that aspect. You're one of the only U.S. pension funds that has a long-term incentive. And the reason why you have it is because it has very strong retentive elements to it, because it's usually a 5-year program, a 3 to 5 year program. And if you leave money on the table. So it's much different, because now any of your professionals here within your pension system that are on the long-term incentive, if they were to be approached or offered a job with any of your other pension systems or in the private sector, there is money that they're leaving on the table. And so from a retentive aspect, it is definitely something that has helped. You've gone through a number of cycles, and we'll talk about this a bit more later on. But again, from a longer term perspective, because you are an institutional investor that needs to be around for multiple generations, this is based on a 5-year return or 5-year average. And it also basically is based on an absolute amount. So it's not a relative. It's saying, from an actuarial standpoint, here's what we need to achieve to remain sustainable. That is the base threshold. If you meet that standard, you'll be rewarded. If you don't meet that standard, nothing's available. And so it's very, very powerful, because again, it gets the team to focus collectively on that total fund performance on a multi-year basis, and making sure that sustainability is a primary goal of the organization collectively as a team. So that being said, I'll now pass it on to Peter. But when you look at moving towards this TPA approach, serendipitously, and we'll get into this a bit further on, you have a lot of the key components in place. So not a lot of change will be required from our perspective. But some of the key elements that we have identified is around the culture change that's going to be required around this, and some minor changes in the incentive design that should help or could help facilitate that culture change going forward. So with that, I'll pass this over to my colleague Peter Landers.
Thanks, Brad. And thanks, everyone, for letting us here today to speak towards this. What we did as part of this approach and getting ready for this education session was really try to identify who are some of the key leaders in terms of TPA across the world and in North America. And we were able to actually, through public disclosures, but also through some one-on-one interactions with a couple of the funds, look at 3 of the key leaders in TPA adoption and looked at how are they incenting their people? What does the design of their incentive plans look like? And what can we learn as CalPERS looks to embark on the TPA approach starting on July 1st? What do we have to do to tweak or overhaul the current incentive program? So we looked at the Australian Future Fund, we looked at the New Zealand Superannuation Fund, and CPP investments. And so Australia and New Zealand are identified as longstanding TPA adopters. They're seen as leaders across the world in terms of TPA investing. And then CPP is one of the, I guess, leading North American funds that has really adopted a lot of the key tenets of TPA. But I think one of the key things that, came across, and come across a little bit on the slides, but also just through our interactions and reading about all these things, is there's no one-size-fits-all approach. Everyone has their unique little spins on how they measure performance under TPA, especially on that qualitative side of things. But there are some key tenets, some key similarities when you look at all 3 of these funds as leaders in the TPA approach that we can look at and say, here are some key tenets or foundational elements that we need to put in place at CalPERS. And to what Brad had just mentioned, a lot of these things you already have in place. Yes, we have to make some tweaks to the plan, but overall, some of those key tenets around having a total fund focus, having a collaboration component in your qualitative assessment, these are things that are universal across these funds. But we wanted to go through just very quickly in some detail how their incentive plans work and how they're structured, and identify some of those similarities and differences between each of these funds. So we're going to start off, again, in alphabetical order, with the Australian Future Fund. So similar to a CalPERS, they also work with 3 buckets. So they have a salary bucket, they have an annual incentive bucket, and then they have a long-term incentive bucket. And when you look at that annual incentive side of things, They look at it, and the weighting depends. So their senior leaders in investment have a higher weighting on the quantitative side. The non-investment staff have a little bit lower weighting on the total fund investment side. But overall, everyone has a quantitative element. And when you look at it, that is measured on a 3-year basis, their total fund performance relative to a CPI plus target. And that is one of the key tenets that the Australian government has wanted them to make sure that they can beat over time. And then they also have a qualitative component to it. And that qualitative component is made up of an individual performance rating as well as a values rating modifier. And that was one of the key tenets they're quite proud of, is having that values rating that they assess on an annual basis, and that modifies that sort of bucket of performance. And then when you look at the long-term incentive side, that's where they look at that reference portfolio. So you're looking at a reference portfolio. They look at the reference portfolio under their long-term incentive. It's a 60-40 portfolio, so slightly higher weighting on the fixed income side than what you have designed and put in place. But they look at it over a 4-year basis, and they say, how do we compare to our reference portfolio? And that makes up 50% of that long-term incentive. And then they have another 50% that's weighted again on a 4-year basis, looking at total fund performance again versus CPI plus. And so again, you'll see the CPI plus, that's a unique feature to Australia. That's not something that everyone adopts, but that works for their organization and the mandate that the Australian government has given to them. So what are the key highlights that we saw? One is investment professionals do have a higher weighting on total performance than other sort of non-investment focused folks. So sort of similar to what you would have in place here. That values rating assessment does include an assessment of collaboration and being a role model and viewed as a role model within the organization. They do provide a long-term incentive to senior leaders within the staff and other important roles, but it's not necessarily universal across every level of the investment staff. And then interestingly, the reference portfolio that we're focused on here at CalPERS is only used for the long-term incentive and not necessarily on the annual side of things. So just some key highlights there on a high-level basis that we found. Going a little bit deeper, when you look at how is total fund performance, what they've done is on the value-add basis, they look at they set a threshold level and then that sort of maximum level of performance. They don't necessarily say threshold, target, and maximum. And it's not publicly disclosed, so we're not able to necessarily go into all the details on what those exact percentages are. But essentially at the threshold level, when they look at that CPI, there's a tolerance to fall a little bit below what that investment mandate is. The maximum level of performance is meeting that investment mandate in terms of beating CPI plus a certain percentage. And then when they look at their reference portfolio, again, not able to share the exact percentages, but they do expect a threshold basis to be above the benchmark by a small percentage. And then they set a fairly higher percentage above that benchmark to set that sort of at 150% or that maximum cap at the end of the day. So again, something to be aware of in terms of what do we want to set those performance expectations at when we look at that investment side of things. When we look at the individual side of things, we talked about the performance rating being modified by that values rating. They look at values, they look at risk, they look at like the code of conduct and their expectations against that. And one of the unique things that they developed, and they said it's a rough approximation, so it's definitely not set in stone and something they're still working on, but they were asking themselves, how are we going to look at collaboration? How can we take something that's pretty qualitative and try to put some level of quantitative measure on it? And what they came up with was this Celebrating Collaboration survey. And what they do is they actually ask senior leaders to say, provide us with 5 names of people that did the best job in terms of collaborating the strongest across the different groups throughout the year. And it's a way of sort of measuring, if some name and some individual comes up often in a lot of these different surveys, well, that's someone that obviously is exemplifying that collaboration component that much better. And it was one way of which they could look at pretty crude and a little bit roughly at, potentially who are those top collaborators and who are those that are maybe just performing at level expectations. And so they trialed it in the past year and they continued to work on it, and there's no set stone there as well. They've actually built descriptions as well of what collaboration role modeling looks like. So I'm sure that's something that Stephen and the HR have been doing here as well. And definitely they understand and realize that there are different expectations around collaboration between senior level investment staff and senior level folks at, say, at CalPERS, and the more junior level staff who probably aren't asked to collaborate as much. And so they've, set those expectations accordingly. And then lastly, definitely on this individual side of things, it is more of a qualitative approach. It's tough for them to identify a lot of quantitative ways to measure these things. And that's sort of universal across the board. But I would say, and we'll look at this when we look at CPP, when we look at New Zealand, this individual side is something that I think will always be, regardless of the organization, a work in progress. You're always going to be trying to figure out, is there a better way in which we can measure this? And when we were talking with some of these funds, this was one of the things they were highlighting. In fact, they're looking even at a CalPERS to say, hey, if you guys have a better mousetrap, we're definitely open to it. And so they're paying attention to this as well. But this is an area that no one feels like they've gotten it perfect. And so none of you should feel like you have to get it perfect, especially in year one of this transition. But it is something to always be consistently looking at, working with HR, working with your CEO and CIO to figure out what are better ways over time that we can continuously try to improve in this area. And that's something that came through in the Australian fund as well. And one thing I will mention as well in our discussions were, one of the things they said they knew over time that the culture had started working was they had one asset class head in particular, and they were talking and having one of these collaboration meetings. And that asset class head was actually advocating, due to the circumstances they were in, advocating against putting more money into their specific asset class, and actually said, no, there's actually a fundamental case to say we should actually reallocate it to other asset classes. And they said that was, over time, a discussion and a situation that said to them, wow, our culture is really getting embedded here, because this is something that, you're never going to see someone who's heading up fixed income or public equities or private equity typically allocate and say, we should take money out of this asset class. So when they saw someone actually advocating against their own asset class, that was a sign to them over time that the culture had shifted and the ways in which they were looking at things was moving things in the right direction. So we thought that was a good little anecdotal story to share. And hopefully over time at CalPERS, you'll start to have those similar circumstances that a Marcy or a Stephen can share with the board over time. When we look at New Zealand, they take a bit of a different approach to Australia. They only have two buckets. So they have a salary bucket, of course, and then they only look at it from an annual incentive perspective. And similar to your friends across the river there, they actually set that incentive as a maximum. So they don't have that upside multiplier above target. They set their incentive as a percentage of maximum. And they look at it from a weighted approach on the quantitative side of 2/3 against the reference portfolio and 1/3 against the 90-day T-bill rate. And that's the New Zealand T-bill rate. So they set a pretty low risk benchmark on that sort of 90-day T-bill rate, but the majority, that 2/3, is based on the reference portfolio, and that's an 80-20 reference portfolio. So a little bit higher weighting on equities and a little less on fixed income than what you've contemplated here at CalPERS. And then similar on the other 1/3 of how they perform, it's qualitative based, again, looking at things like values of fund, including collaboration being one of the key values that they look at New Zealand. And some of the key highlights that we saw when we looked at this was same weighting is placed on total fund investment performance for everyone, investment staff as well as executive staff. So there isn't a delineation between the two. There is a comparison to a reference portfolio and also a low risk absolute return with an emphasis to the reference portfolio, and that they only use an annual incentive. So they have not gone to a long-term incentive approach. But, like anything similar to other funds, they're, looking and reviewing their programs right now and making sure that they still fit in today's perspective. So that is something that they continue to look at. And is this still the right bucket? And they're continuing to look at that. Looking at the details, these are publicly available, so we can share these. They again set a threshold and a maximum level of performance. So when they look at that 90-day T-bill rate, it's 0% as a threshold, and then 4%, being plus 4% from that T-bill rate as being that maximum level of performance, so beating that sort of risk-free rate by a sizable 400 basis points. And then when they look at the reference portfolio, they set a threshold of meeting that reference portfolio, so you have to beat it to start earning an incentive, and then their maximum or that cap comes in at 75 basis points above that reference portfolio. And so, compare that to, of course, right now we only have about a 20 basis point spread here. You can see that they're obviously looking to generate a lot more alpha over the reference portfolio over that longer term time period. In terms of how they look at individual performance, they really look at it from this rating, and they use this term, how you do the work. That's sort of their key mantra in terms of looking at the values and how you perform. They look at the values, how are you exemplifying those values. They're looking for outliers across and within the teams to identify those anomalies, both on the high end as well as on the lower end. So really trying to delineate between the two. And one of the key things that came out of that discussion, and this is less so about incentive design, but more about performance management overall, is they're looking to catch those performance issues early, having those regular check-in points with individuals, and having those conversations as quickly as possible throughout the year, so that if there are any challenges, any performance issues that are identified, they can be talked through, they can be worked through, identify potential areas and where someone can move things in the right needle, what supports, extra supports may someone need. And so again, all of this is documented as well in terms of any performance issues as well. And they give lots of time in terms of documenting those issues so that if it does come to a point down the line where it isn't the right fit, you have all the ducks in a row. Everything is documented in terms of what those performance issues were. Because similar to the challenges that CalPERS faces, and this was something that came across in talking with New Zealand and Australia, they do have similar challenges in terms of these are public employees. It's very tough to just unilaterally just say you're terminated. You have to have documentation, and so this came out pretty rigorously through our discussions with them as well. One of the big things they also mentioned is specifically when they're looking at the performance rating is they look at collaboration. That is one of the key values that is measured as part of that individual performance rating. And again, that's something that I know that Stephen has already put in place for the senior leaders on the investment side, but something to consider moving forward. And again, they are also struggling with how do we find a way to make this more quantitative. They still have to use a very qualitative approach in terms of determining what that individual performance looks like. Lastly, I'll focus on CPP, the North American peer. They have 3 buckets, although the way they treat it is sort of 2 buckets with a deferral component, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So they have a salary, and then they set sort of a total incentive for individuals, and then what happens is that total incentive is paid out about half, or a little bit less than half for senior leaders, but about half right away at the end of the year, and then they defer a big portion of it as well, and that deferred portion actually just tracks the overall total fund over a 3-year vesting period. And so a bit of a different approach, but something to be aware of in terms of how they think through incentives in that bucket. And then on the annual incentive side of things, what they look at is they look at total fund performance. So a 5-year value add against an 85-15 portfolio. They look at 40% against an absolute return objective. And then they look at 20% as just annual strategic objectives. So think of those other things that you're trying to enhance as a strategic imperative. Then they have as well department, group, and individual objectives. So they go beyond just an individual side of things, and they actually set departmental and group objectives for those individuals as well. So one of the key highlights here, definitely they have a weighting that's not just on total funded individual, but they have this departmental and group aspect to things. So a little bit different that way. And then senior management have that sort of 50-50 weighting, whereas there's a 30-70 weighting for others. There's equal weighting on the reference portfolio and absolute return objectives as well. And then they do have a long-term incentive, but it's structured a little bit differently. So it's a deferral of a total incentive and sort of that tracking over 3 years. So a bit of a different way of looking at that future performance than what is done here and what we see in a lot of other cases. In terms of, this is publicly available and we've estimated this, they do set out threshold, target, and maximum levels of performance. On the absolute side, they're looking at a threshold at 0. The target performance is 6.24%, and then maximum performance is 12.48. So they've sort of delineated and said, we're actually okay with being slightly below our absolute return benchmark up to a certain point, and then we'll still fund part of the incentive. So that was interesting to us because they're allowing for that little bit of underperformance. On the reference portfolio side, and this was an interesting one to us as well, because of the volatility of measuring against a reference portfolio and the big swings that can occur year over year, they actually have set a threshold that actually allows them to underperform the reference portfolio benchmark by up to negative 100 basis points. They set a target at beating it by about 39 basis points, and then that greater level of outperformance that generates that max payout is up to 178 basis points. So they have a very wide spread, wider than, say, what we saw with the Australian fund. And so again, this is something as we and we'll talk about this in a little bit, as we plan for June and do some of our stress testing, these are just some of the observations that we'll take into account. There's other sort of factors we're going to look at as well, but it's interesting to see the dynamic in terms of some of the different levels of under and over performance that are being targeted by some of these different funds. They've also set some strategic objectives. I won't go into all the detail, but for each year, they set out specific objectives that they want to hit, and that's where that 20% performance is also dictated. So again, a little bit different in that they go beyond just total fund and look at other capabilities. On the departmental and group side of things, interesting to us, there's value add returns of different asset classes that are looked at. So that was interesting. And again, that might be something that could be put into more the individual component side of things. Here, looking at people, they look at other strategic objectives that are set out at the department and group level. And then individual-wise, they look at things like how are you doing in integrating with their risk framework, their career framework, as well as their guiding principles, being integrity, partnership, which again, collaboration, sort of a similar word to that, and then high performance, and that's measured on a 5-point rating scale as well. And again, one of the interesting things here, they do look at a mixture of quantitative and qualitative elements outside of the total fund side of things. So again, a little bit different way to approach things as well. So summing this all up, we wanted to, I think, talk about where are the key similarities that we see between these leading funds and what are some of the differences. And if you look at the similarities, these are what I would say are the foundations or the key building blocks that any TPA-based incentive program should most likely have in place, because this is things that are tried and true amongst these different funds. One is using a reference portfolio to measure total fund performance. That seems to be universal. Using a mixture of absolute and relative performance. And you can do that in two ways. You can do it either under just an annual incentive, or you can do it through a mixture of the annual side as well as the long-term incentive, which is what you're doing currently at CalPERS. They all use individual performance in terms of determining a portion of those incentives. Interesting to us, investment and executive staff all have a total fund component on the investment side that's part of their incentive plan design. And so they're measuring that performance relative to an absolute return or to a reference portfolio. And they all use collaboration and partnerships as considerations when they're looking at that individual side and in determining those incentive awards. So key tenets, key similarities there. What are some of the differences? Some of the areas where you might have a little bit more flexibility to create sort of what I'll call a made in California or a CalPERS approach to these things. Outperformance hurdles. We saw great differentiation in terms of what those outperformance hurdles were. So those are going to have to be specific to your fund and what you feel is fair, reasonable, but also challenging. They use different absolute return benchmarks. You've got a T-bill rate. You've got CPI plus. And things like that. You've got an actuarial return of that 6.24 that CPP uses. So different absolute return objectives as well. You have different investment performance periods. You use a 5-year approach, but they've used 3 and 4 years. So there are differences in terms of time periods. So you want to make sure that that aligns with what you as a fund feel is most important. Long-term incentives are not offered at all of the funds. They're offered at a majority, but not all of them. There's a different mix between total fund and investment performance and between qualitative and quantitative between the funds. So again, that's where you have a little bit of flexibility there. And then interestingly, CPP using a mixture of quantitative and qualitative approaches to looking at that sort of non-total fund side of things, but using more of a qualitative approach in Australia and New Zealand to look at that individual component. So again, some flexibilities there. So I think, again, looking at this, trying to summarize this all out, similarities are your sort of key building blocks that you'll see as we come forward in June with some more formalized recommendations. You will see that we will most likely have recommendations in each of those areas as key building blocks. And then you will see on the differences side of things, some more sort of CalPERS specific approaches that we'll be bringing forward in June that will align, I think, with your philosophies and how you've historically looked at things. But with that, I'm going to pass it on to Brad, and he's going to highlight through all of our sort of discussions, what are sort of, a few different areas when we come to finalize things in June, and we welcome any feedback you have as part of today's discussions. What are sort of areas that you could look into to say, do we tweak this or do we, keep things the way they are?
Thank you, Peter. So when we look at the possible impact that TPA could have on your incentive design, there are a few things that we want to address right off the bat. Some of you were concerned that the adoption of TPA may actually push the reinvention or the reconceptualization of your incentive plan. That's not the case. And the good news is that you already have a number of key factors in here that are aligned with what we've learned from other funds that have adopted a TPA approach. And some of it has been pure serendipitous. We would say, like the first one here, you have focused on a total fund approach for quite some time. And for those of you who were here when we first came into our first mandate with you, we came in and we told you flat out, we felt that you were misaligned with the market. Because most funds will have a total fund component as well as an individual asset class component. You do track your asset class performance against benchmarks. You do. Stephen and his team, they're very much on top of that. But to break silos prior to hiring a GGA, you decided to focus solely on the total fund approach. On that metric. We came in and again, we tried to advocate that you needed to adopt some benchmarks or some objectives around the individual assets, but purely serendipitous, or maybe you were all clairvoyant, you held your ground and said, no, we're going to focus on this total fund approach. And that is totally aligned with the adoption of TPA going forward. So there won't be any monumental changes on new objectives or new benchmarks being put in place. So that has been in place already. You already track relative and absolute performance, both on your annual incentive and on your long-term incentive. So those are also in place. You have a 60-40 split in terms of your objective metric, which is how is our total fund performing, but then what are we expecting you to do on the personal and business objective side. That is very much aligned with the funds that we were in touch with in terms of how they are fulfilling their incentive design for a TPA approach. And then finally, with his experience and wisdom coming in, having worked under a TPA approach, Stephen came in and said, one of the key things we need to have in here is a collaborative element. And he took the initiative to start instituting that right away, to start with that culture shift, that mind shift that is so paramount in the success of this approach. And so that's already been adopted going into this the new fiscal year later on. Things you might want to consider. Your reference portfolio hurdle. What we did, and as Peter noted, there is quite a broad variance here, and the new approach will be to pursue alpha at a greater level. When we first came in, we were told that traditionally your approach was to hug the benchmark. You wanted to be as conservative but sustainable as possible. And so there wasn't a lot of activity around alpha generation. And so when Peter and I came in and we objectively tested these performance hurdles, we looked at it from that perspective. What we did was, if you recall, we brought up the floor to make sure that it was solely focused on value add, but we brought down the ceiling too to basically say objectively, from a probability standpoint, this is what's fair and defensible, both from a pension system and your members' perspective, as well as a participant's perspective. That's going to change, because what we've learned is that funds that have adopted a TPA approach, because of the variability that is part of this approach, they do have kind of a wider window of performance that they measure within. And so that's something that we objectively will be testing, something that we will be bringing forward at the next BCTM meeting, and we will be working very closely with Tom and Wilshire's team to make sure that we have some really objective tire-kicking benchmarks that we can bring forward that you might want to adopt. And looking at the multi-year calculation, you have a 5-year performance window here. You can't just flick a switch. When you adopt this from an incentive perspective, because everyone has been measured on this 5-year average, it's not as though you can say from day one, now everyone's being measured against TPA, because part of that incentive is based on historic performance in the past. And so you can't say, well, these last 4 years were under our traditional SAA approach, and going forward now it's on this new TPA approach, but everything's blended in a 5-year approach. It won't work that way. And so this is something that we'll address in greater detail in our objectives letter going forward in the new fiscal year. But you're going to have to take an incremental approach to make sure that it's fair, that you're basically incentivizing people for the performance that they achieved under the expectations and the framework that they were working within at the time, okay? So again, this is going to be something that you'll have to phase in over time. In terms of looking at the collaboration outside of the senior investment roles, this is a culture shift. This is something that all of CalPERS will have to look at and embrace. And this is going to be one of the challenges with Michelle and her team in terms of how does CalPERS approach this. So it's not just an investment thing, it's a mindset change. And so therefore, when you're looking at collaboration, it really has to start from the top. So it's not just looking at collaboration from your investment professionals, but it's also how is your senior leadership team emulating those values, those practices? Are they helping to facilitate that and help to instill that into the culture of the organization? So it's something that you might want to consider going beyond just your investment team and saying, how is the entire senior leadership team adopting this new practice and this new culture shift? And then ways to, looking at ways to quantifiably measure collaboration. Very, very difficult. Again, we were quite taken aback in our conversations when they all said, we don't have it. Like, we don't have this, and please tell us if you have something better. And they had adopted TPA for in the numerous years. So they had, they're well down the road here, and yet they feel, as Peter mentioned earlier, that they still don't have it, okay? So when you look at ways to identify collaboration, there are some ways that they've tried, like New Zealand is doing their survey to find who are your 5 key collaborators that you work with. But it's also, they're doing that to try and identify the key characteristics around a good collaborator. And then they broadly will say, well, this is the model that that you should try and emulate, and this is what we're espousing everyone to adopt. So again, this is all new, and it's still a work in progress, but it's something that you might want to consider or contemplate. And again, it will be another challenge for Michelle. Sorry, Michelle. It will be a challenge for Michelle and her team to say, what makes sense? What can we actually implement here? What will have a measurable improvement or a measurable impact on how we look at collaboration and cooperation within our organization? Again, looking at the TPA approach, if your focus is how your whole portfolio, your whole fund is performing, it makes sense to have the entire team on that metric. And so we would say you might want to consider having total fund results implemented in your entire senior leadership team. your executive team, so that they are all solely focused on this is a key thing we have to achieve. Again, sustainability, you want to be around for generations to come. And so again, you want everyone to focus on the same goal so that everyone again is working together collaboratively. And then on the long-term incentive, this is something that we have mentioned numerous times. And again, we're going to bring this up. If you are harmonizing and aligning everyone on key objectives and key outcomes, then a long-term incentive for everyone on your executive team, below the CEO, is something that you might want to contemplate. But it's not something that you need to put in place right away. We do know that there's going to be a labor benchmark study coming up in 2027, and so that might be an opportune time for you to revisit this and to say, what makes sense going forward? Is this something that will actually benefit CalPERS going forward? Okay. And then finally, when we look at the individual side, something you might want to consider, again, looking at objective benchmark or objective results that you could use towards the calibration of incentives at the end is peer reviews. There's pros and cons against them. People either love 360s or they hate 360s. And if done right, they can be really impactful. If not done right, they can just be a resource drain with no meaningful impact. So again, if it's something you want to do, it's something that you really need to adopt correctly and implement correctly, but it is something that a lot of organizations use to try and objectively identify some of these more subjective or qualitative type elements. Again, measuring information sharing and communication is going to be tough, but finding ways in which you can identify when this is happening. And then the last one, in terms of identifying the flexibility, adaptability, and speed at which you're able to adopt TPA and the impact that TPA is going to have on you. These two elements they're not mutually exclusive. They're totally correlated, because you need to say, at what point is this really working? You won't know year one or year two, to be honest, because of the variability and the variance within this practice. It's going to take a number of cycles for you to realize whether or not you're on the right path or not. It's a bit daunting, but you're not the initial pioneer. You're not the first one jumping out of Artemis. You do have other funds that have adopted this and are successfully working within it. And so again, it's just this. I would say, if you're nervous, this is not something that is completely unique to the pension community globally.
And the only thing I'll add is one of the great things that's come out of just this exercise, this education piece, is bridging introductions to some of these leading funds. So Michelle and her team now have contacts at these funds. There can be some more information sharing, some collaborative discussions, learning about best practices and sharing of information. And that's one of the great things, in all the work we do across the pension fund community. It's one of the things that I've always enjoyed is there is a lot of pretty collaborative approach. I know that you're competing with, say, your friends across the river there, but overall, pension funds are pretty willing to share best practices, things that are working for them, things that might work for others. And so even through this exercise, having those additional contacts globally, I think will be really helpful in terms of as this program continues to be rolled out. Because again, nobody gets it perfect on year one. It's going to take some tweaking. We're going to obviously be, maybe making some tweaks along the way. But that's crawl, walk, run is a great way of looking at it. We're going to try and put the building blocks in place in year one, and then, we'll make some further tweaks as time goes on. But I think, a lot of these great things are things to consider, and we'll be bringing forward in June at the PCTM for approval and adoption.
And anecdotally at the end here, I'll add, just a few days ago, we were approached by another pension system that asked us to do some policy assessment work for them, because they realized that their policy framework is not as robust as it could or should be. And one of the questions they asked was, can you just before we even get started, can you send us kind of a standard list of policies we should have in place? So we have our standard list. So those of you who have taken our course or our NAF course know that this is another thing that we do. And so we have our standard list and what we normally teach. However, a few months ago, we were caught off guard because one of our clients suddenly said, we need an artificial intelligence policy. And it's not on our list. We haven't had it on our list. And so, you know, again, it's a reminder that, yes, we're experts in specific areas, but we don't know it all. And so just before I hit send, I decided to go on ChatGPT and just do a little check. And I said, what is a standard list of policies that should be in place for a North American pension system? And it gave me our standard list. It didn't have AI on it, which was interesting, when AI doesn't acknowledge that it needs its own policy. However, what really struck me was at the very bottom, it said pension systems should consider the adoption of a TPA policy. And you're the first. You're the first in the US. So I thought that was a really telling sign that this is definitely a trend that's emerging, that we can say with the work that we do within the pension community that there are a lot of eyes on this pension system. And if you're successful in the adoption and execution of TPA, you will see a groundswell of pensions very quickly start pivoting and adopting a similar approach. So again, this is something that we applaud you for taking on, but there's a lot of interest in this, and so just be assured that this is a trend that we're actually seeing move throughout the pension community. With that, we'll open up for questions. And I know this was just kind of our initial education session on this.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Peter. I do have some questions from Ms. Gallegos.
Great. Thank you very much. A few things that just sort of came to mind as you were going through the examples of our colleagues in other countries. The benchmarks or the hurdles you mentioned were CPI, absolute return, reference portfolio, but there is no mention of our required rate of return. How do we make sure that we are aligned with what we are required to earn to meet our long-term obligations should the reference portfolio, for example, underperform? CPI does not seem relevant at all. Reference portfolio underperform for multiple years at a time, for example.
A great point. And they admitted that, you know, in I think it was Australia, that was just a specific mandate the government had on the CPI piece. Right. But I think the great thing you have in place, and that's why we're talking about building blocks and things that you already have in place that are great, you have that tie-in already to that required rate of return through the long-term incentive. So you have that 6.8%, right now was 7, now 6.8, that you must hit for, you know, consequently it's about half of the incentive, half of that at-risk pay is tied over a 5-year basis to beating that actuarial rate of return. I will say that is the long-term incentive is something that, you know, you've gone through a few cycles that coming out of this, I would suggest we probably do need to just take a look at and make sure everyone's comfortable still with the way the plan works and everything. But in terms of that direct tie-in to meeting that required rate of return for the pensioners, you have that already in place through the long-term incentive plan. And I would say, again, in terms of, you know, CalPERS specific pieces, that is something that I think we would suggest you want to maintain either through the long-term incentive or through the annual incentive. I would prefer, I'd say, over the long run, over a long-term incentive, keeping it there in that bucket of things, because that is measuring sort of long-term. Are you meeting that benchmark 6.8 on an annualized basis? But yeah, you already have that through the long-term incentive, and we would suggest moving forward, we will keep that as part of the incentive program for sure. We're not suggesting taking that out.
Okay, great. And then the second question I have is, if you look at page 17 why would we consider an underperformance hurdle if we are already smoothing the calculation over 5 years and offering the grandfather, if we decide to offer a grandfather? Why would we consider an underperformance? It doesn't seem to be logical.
So one aspect I'll say to that is that underperformance would only relate to the portion that's TPA related. So it'd only be sort of that over time piece of it. And this is definitely, and this is where we're going to go back and do some stress testing on our end, because as you could tell through the analysis, that's not necessarily what everyone does. And that is something that if this board is adamant that, we're not going to be incenting, for any kind of underperformance, that was something that was feedback that we would definitely take back as part of any recommendations that we bring forward. I think the rationale for that, giving that level of underperformance is TPA is something that, especially over maybe 3, even 4-year base time periods, is still pretty volatile because you're not necessarily having that customized benchmark, and you have lots of different asset classes that go beyond just public equities and fixed income. So it creates a lot more volatility in the results. So I think the thought process behind allowing for that level of underperformance is to suggest that, over maybe a 3 or 4 year time period, there might be levels of underperformance that can result over those sort of short-term blips. And from probably from a talent retention perspective, you don't necessarily want to lose people. I can't speak to exactly the rationale for why a CPP, for example, allows for that underperformance, but I'm just coming up with suggestions of why, when we work with funds that allow for underperformance in a variety of areas, these are some of the things that come up. Volatility in results that can be temporary blips, worries about maybe retaining people, attracting people, things like that comes up. But I will say that mostly on the TPA side, there is a greater volatility in the results. And that I think some of the funds out there allow for that added volatility by having that much wider performance spread. But that is something that, again, on a CalPERS specific basis, if this board has a specific philosophy or piece that they want to speak to, we would definitely take that under advisement, of course, as we come forth with recommendations in June. So we welcome any feedback as part of today's discussions or even afterwards from the board on your views on that specific topic, because I understand that's definitely a very sensitive topic, and again, in the spirit of being wholesome and providing sort of what all the alternatives are that are out there, we brought that up, and we understand, I think, again, because of those volatile results, why it's there, but that doesn't mean you have to adopt it here. It's just one example out there of, a fund that has decided to allow for that greater level of volatility.
I guess my thoughts would be, rather than incenting underperformance, I'd rather structure something that takes into account the volatility, which if you do 5 years, you're taking into account the 3-year volatility, right? So maybe we need to extend that to 7 years or have a 5-year and a 7-year, but I'd rather not incent underperformance. That's all.
Understood.
Thank you.
And that's very fair. And for those of you who are familiar with our work, that we're all about value add. And so when we first came in, one of the key things we started was to basically address the underperformance issue and to bring up the floor. But at the same time, we brought down the ceiling just to make it fair and defensible for everyone. But we're aligned. But again, this is TPA is a whole new world. And so and just be assured that whatever we bring forward, we will also address the pros and cons associated with it. And so we can only make recommendations, and we'll give you as much information around that as possible so that you can make informed decisions going forward. But ultimately, the decisions will lie with this committee and with the board itself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you. Really appreciate this and tremendous amount of information. One of the things you've said over and over again is, and I'm paraphrasing, but the odds of getting this right the first time are not great. which I suspect, having watched both of you work for a few years now, is not something you're used to saying. But why I'm asking the question is there's an awful lot that goes into creating an incentive program, and there are a set of expectations that all of those who are going to be participating in that program are going to have. So can you help us with not just simply the question of do we more frequently check in and update the model? Do we extend out to a longer period of time the long-term incentive? And these are all questions. Do we put more of the incentive into the longer time frame so as to give us more? And how do we make sure that at each step of the way in this process, those folks who are participating in the system feel that it's challenging them and treating them fairly?
Great point. I'll start, and Brad, feel free to add in after. I'll try and cover all those bases. I would say on the question of time period, 5 years in our experience is typically, that's on the tail end or the long end of the spectrum. So I don't know if you necessarily want to go beyond a 5-year period. I think it's still within range, but it's definitely on the as you can see, even there, 3 and 4 years is quite common as well. In terms of regular check-ins, that's a great point. We do, and it's part of the next information item, we do an annual check-in on the incentive metrics. To be fair, when we looked at hurdle rates, historically we have probably given them 2 or 3 years cycle in each of the areas to see how they play out. That might be an area where we'll want to do some more regular check-ins, at least on the investment hurdle side of things, to see how things are starting to map out, especially as we get 2, 3, 4 years, we start to have more and more TPA history to keep maybe tweaking those. And it's quite common under an annual incentive program to be, reviewing things annually, making certain tweaks, even on hurdle rates, on sort of looking and reviewing and making sure they're still fair, reasonable, and also challenging to the individuals in particular. And I think, the collaborative approach that we like to take is, there's obviously some limitations in the state on what we can and can't talk about with certain individuals. But what we can do is just understand a little bit of the motivating behaviors and the culture that's trying to be built here at CalPERS, and try and take what we hear about that and try and embed that into how we independently set what those hurdle rates should look like. And so that's what we've tried to do, and we try to do with all of our clients, is really have a collaborative approach where we're hearing from the board and within reason also gain feedback from senior team members as well within any of the limitations, because California is not the only one that has limitations on what can and can't be spoken about. Definitely in Canada, with a lot of the Canadian funds that we deal with, there is a lot more autonomy to speak freely about these things. In the U.S., definitely it's a more restrictive environment in a lot of states on what can and can't be talked about. But we try to, as best as possible, follow what we view as a collaborative approach when doing these things to, again, make sure we're meeting the needs of members and what the board wants to be achieving for members, but also hearing about the practical realities from the staff and team members on what culture and what behaviors are trying to be developed, and using that combination of information in terms of setting our recommendations. But Brad, if I missed anything, let me know.
Ms. Middleton, I appreciate your comments and concern around some of the things that we mentioned, but I would also ask you to reflect on the work that we've done for the committee and for your board, and the fact that we're not ever advocates of reinventing any wheel. We like to take an objective, conservative approach. So any suggestions that we've brought to this committee and to this board have always been incremental in nature, never ground shifting in any way. So again, we will basically practice that same approach going forward. Although the TPA is a completely new philosophy and approach for this organization. As we mentioned, you do have some foundational elements that are already in place. So again, it won't require any monumental shifts, but any changes that are made will always have trade-offs. Always. So if you look at like a longer performance period, a 7-year performance period, you apply that to your LTIP. Now you have individuals coming into this organization saying, now I have to look at a 7-year period before I see any sort of payout on that side. That might be a deterrent in terms of attracting people. These are all things that we will definitely address with your board if there are any potential changes you might want to consider. But there are always trade-offs. So it's incumbent on yourselves as committee members, as board members of CalPERS, to make sure that you're informed on all that information around it, so that when you do ultimately make that decision, you know what are the potential benefits as well as the potential pitfalls associated with this. And we always do our best to make sure that you're as informed as possible going forward.
Oh, and I'll just add, because I think I forgot your first point, which was the comment paraphrasing around, we won't get it right in year one. Maybe that's overstating it. I think we can, again, set the foundational building blocks that get us a long way of the way there. I think where the continuous improvement comes from is we might have to tweak some hurdle rates from here to there. We might have to tweak how we look at collaboration and how we measure individuals' performance. But I think we can, and I think we will be successful in getting the right building blocks in place. But it's going to be tweaking things to say, did we get those hurdle rates right? Well, maybe we need to make some tweaks here. Or did we get that collaboration approach and that calibration right? Well, maybe we can make some further tweaks there. But I think we can get the building blocks in place that set us with the right foundation to move forward on.
I greatly appreciate your candor as we're moving forward with this. We all know that we're going to have some flexibility as we move through this approach. As Ms. Gallegos said, we have a performance standard, though, for the organization at 6.8%, and my old friends in all of the cities across California don't want us to come up short of that. Our ability as a board to be able to sell an incentive plan to the public agencies that ultimately are paying for these benefits is that we're able to demonstrate that the performance is in fact superior, that it has beaten what the market would do, that these folks took and did work that superseded what we could have done if we had simply bought an index fund and gone to the golf course for the afternoon.
As an institutional investment organization, I would say that everything you invest in is related to the value proposition, the value for money. You're making that investment. Are you getting an adequate or sufficient return? You should be always looking at incentives in the same way. Are we getting value for the money that we're paying? And it's always our approach that you should be getting exponentially more value from what you're paying, but paying people at an adequate level that continues to motivate the right behaviors, as we always say, so that psychologically it incentivizes them to push harder, to do more, to gain more for your fund and for your members, so that everyone can celebrate that success going forward.
And I'll just add, right now, the way you have it structured with your short and your long-term incentive, I feel like you are doing a pretty good job in terms of balancing out the need to beat that 6.8%, with also balancing that out with, we need to also show that we are beating, passive income and public equities benchmarks. So I think, we'll be bringing forward definitely in our recommendations the reference portfolio piece and that 6.8% side of things in equal measure. So I think you're doing a good job in trying to balance out those two concerns with your investment team and even the broader total fund as a whole.
Thank you. I'm not going to add anything else because I think everything that I wrote down has already been said, but I think we can all agree on whatever we're doing to push for excellence is always a positive thing for our members. So before we move on to the next informational agenda item, I do have public comment on 5A. Mr. Jelensik.
JJ Jelensik, RPEA. This meeting is not about making decisions, it's about getting input, and RPA would like to provide some input. On the investment side of returns, the incentives should be to encourage desired behavior. It should be about things within your control. Total fund portfolio makes sense if you're the CIO and the deputy CIO and managing directors. But if you're an associate investment manager in real estate, you can impact the portfolio you have. You can even impact real estate, maybe have an impact on real assets. But the ability to really influence the total fund is simply beyond your control. And so the question becomes, why should all of the incentives be on things you can't control and none on the things you can control? So I think you really ought to consider some asset benchmarks as well. RPA opposes a bonus for failing to meet the investment benchmark. We pushed back on that for years. We finally got the practice stopped. We thank the board for that, but we do not want to see regression. TPA was adopted to give the staff more control and to generate higher expected returns. To use it as an excuse to return to rewarding failure to meet the benchmark is unacceptable. If there is more volatility, it is because of the choices that staff made. On a personal note, I have argued for 20 years that the incentives ought to be risk adjusted, and I would again encourage the board to at least think about risk adjusting the incentives so that people are not rewarded simply for taking more risk. On the other hand, not necessarily punished for simply saying this is a time to take less risk. So I urge the board to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have item 5B. Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker again, CalPERS team member. Item 5B is also an information item. To comply with the board's policy, incentive metrics are reviewed annually by the board's primary executive and investment compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors. GGA will present their initial analysis and observations on the incentive metrics for the committee's consideration and discussion today. Based on the committee's feedback, they'll return in June 2026 with final recommendations for implementation in fiscal year 26-27. Final board-approved metrics will be included in some combination on incentive plans for eligible executive and investment management positions. That concludes my opening remarks, and once again, we can invite Mr. Landers and Mr. Kelly to begin their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. I don't believe this will be up on the screen, but you all have access to it on your board portal. I'm going to try and streamline this a little bit and focus just on the key takeaways from this review memo. There's a lot of obviously material in there. We obviously every year we look at sort of how do your investment metrics align with the market. We've added in some comparison to TPA aligned funds in this year. I think some of the key takeaways there is definitely having that total fund, 100% total fund weighting is still misaligned with the majority of U.S. Funds who do have that asset class component. to it that was mentioned in the public comment. However, when you look at TPA aligned funds, for the most part, you would be in line with those TPA aligned funds. So again, that gives us a level of comfort that, staying with that 100% total fund piece for now makes a lot of sense, and there's no reason under a TPA approach to really move away from that. One of the big items that we also have come across is, through our analysis, is the need, of course, on the total fund side of things to look at those hurdle rates relative to the reference portfolio. That's probably the biggest key thing that we need to bring forward in June. We're going to, again, use a mixture of historical internal analysis, look at external pieces like we talked through in the education session, look at, what the expectations that have been sort of espoused publicly around what CalPERS can expect to potentially, outperform over time, that reference portfolio by, and take that all into account in setting what those hurdles look like. So again, we'll be coming forth with that in June. One of the things that came up, and this is looking back at currently, and Ms. Tucker or maybe Mr. Hoffner can speak more to this, is on the stakeholder engagement side of things. We had set a few years ago basically a threshold in terms of the response rate from those surveys, and sort of below that minimum level of threshold, we would necessarily maybe not include those results because they wouldn't be statistically relevant. So we're sort of reintroducing that in the event that we get to the end of this fiscal year and the stakeholder engagement does not hit that statistical threshold, that we basically re-weight equally, take the weighting for stakeholder engagement and apply it to the other metrics. So that was a key takeaway. We had introduced that recommendation 2 or 3 years ago, and we're just sort of reintroducing it now because it looks like it may come up at the end of this year. So we wanted to give the committee some guidance on that piece. Maybe Mr. Hoffner, looks like he maybe wants to comment on that.
Yeah,
quickly.
thank you. I just want to provide some feedback. As of Friday, our current response rate is 4.5%. So, and that survey should be open until the end of April. So we're hopeful to get to the 5 or higher. So we'll provide additional feedback, but just want to make sure we had that latest information today.
So yeah, so hopefully it's a moot point and we will hit the 5% statistical threshold. But wanted to highlight that in this memo as something to be aware of that might come forward in June and then would impact those performance calculations in September should that methodology have to be hit. The one other area that we wanted to talk about, and we mentioned it a little bit in the education session, is this idea of what do we do with TPA performance in terms of grandfathering it or not over a 5-year time horizon, because you are just adopting it for the first time starting on July 1st. And so the idea is, what are we going to do? We measure performance on the investment side over 5 years. And what we've done in this memo is highlighted 4 potential alternatives, and as well highlight our preferred alternative, which is the first one, which is to grandfather TPA performance in over time. What does that mean? That means that in the first year, that's sort of July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, we would measure 5 years of performance, but we would measure the most recent year, the 1 year, on how you did against TPA. And then we would look at the performance for the 4 years before that based on your old SAA, strategic asset allocation. And the rationale for that is, staff, namely the investment staff, but even your CEO and others who are impacted by it, we're not necessarily being asked to follow, obviously, a TPA approach in prior years. And so the idea is, would it be fair to just say, as of this date, we're going to go back 5 years and measure you against a total portfolio approach with a different reference portfolio that you weren't necessarily knowing that you had to beat benchmarks against and things like that. So the idea is to be fair to the people, is to, over time, assuming we want to keep 5 years of performance in the equation, is let's measure them on as we grow and as we get into year 2, 3, 4, and 5 of TPA, grow that weighting over time that's placed on the TPA performance, lower over time the weighting that's put on that historical SAA performance in those earlier years. And then after 5 years, everything is just based on TPA and you just have rolling 5-year cycles. We feel like that's fair to the participants. It aligns with the mandates and the sort of the performance frameworks that people were being asked to measure against. And it's something that we do see commonly when organizations make these, call it more material adjustments to methodology and how they're going to measure performance, is having that sort of weighted approach. And we've seen this even as at a lower level as on the asset class. Let's say you change a benchmark within fixed income or within private equity. You wouldn't necessarily go back and say, well, we're going to measure everyone historically just against this new benchmark. You would usually phase that in over time, new benchmark and old benchmark. So that is sort of our thoughts to that. Obviously, the cons to that is, some people might argue you're measuring on a TPA approach. That's the new philosophy. Should people still be getting rewarded under the old one? It is more complicated to administer for HR and staff because you're having to measure multiple time periods and different approaches. So there's a little bit of added complication to how that's administered. But overall, we think the pros outweigh the cons, and that's why we suggest that one. But there are other alternatives. So one of the other alternatives is we sort of forget the past and we just look on a forward-looking basis and say, starting this year, year one, we're going to measure, say, 1 year of TPA, and then next year we'll go 2. And you'll sort of build up. So you have you'll measure 1 year performance in the first year, 2 years in year 2, 3 years in year 4, up to 5 years, and then it'll just be a rolling 5 years. The problem with that is it's very misaligned with the market. Pension funds look at longer term performance objectives. They don't typically look at 1 year or 2 year returns and measure it that way. So you'd be pretty far off in terms of being misaligned with the market. It also ignores, especially being longer term investors, any accomplishments that you've had sort of in the past over that sort of 4 year time period and sort of building upwards in that time frame. Also, as we talked about, TPA does have a lot of volatility in terms of results. So you're going to have wild swings potentially in performance in 1 year or 2 year results that really isn't doing a great job of measuring the success of TPA, and probably is either overly rewarding or overly penalizing people in those early years of the plan if you were to adopt that. So again, we feel like there's a lot more cons to that approach, which is why we're not necessarily suggesting it, but it is an alternative you could consider. The third one that we have thought about as well is looking at, we're just going to go back 5 years and just say, this is the TPA benchmark. As of this year, we're just going to look back and say, what's the trailing 5 years against TPA? And we'll just measure it on that one consistent benchmark. It's simple. It's a very simple way to do it. The cons that we say is it really fair to the participants? Because they weren't being asked for 4 years, let's just say in year one of this 5 year period, to perform against a reference portfolio. They weren't being asked to implement a TPA approach. So is that really fair to people who had been working under one set of assumptions and now they have new ones and they have to go back and so to us that doesn't seem fair. 2 is also looking at, you weren't measuring TPA under that approach. So again, is that really something that, from a performance perspective in terms of performance attribution, that you can look back and say, yeah, this is really tied to their performance. Again, they weren't being motivated or asked to achieve those objectives. It also is fairly misaligned with the market when you make a material change like this. So there's concerns there, but it is simple to administer. But again, we feel like the cons outweigh the pros. And then the last one, which again, we're not huge fans of, but sometimes we'll see put in place, is this concept of we're going to measure TPA performance sort of over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. We'll still grandfather it in with SAA, but we'll actually create a bit of a floor. So we're almost creating an artificial level of performance that says, in those earlier years of the plan, even if we really don't do well against TPA, we're going to sort of set and say you get, say, 75% of target or 50% of target as the years build on. And the idea behind that is, because this is a new sort of a new framework, because it's, again, we're working out some of the kinks, it provides a little bit of a level of assurance to the individuals that are affected by this of some level of payout, even if there's a level of underperformance. What are the cons? One, as we talked about, and we've heard even through public comments, what are the optics of sort of putting that floor in place and saying you won't fall below this minimum, even if you greatly underperform, people are still receiving a payout. So the optics are not the greatest from setting these sort of floors in place because you're sort of artificially putting in a plug as opposed to relying on real performance. So that's a huge concern. It's not that common to do this, and it would stick out as being less typical with typical market practice. And I think there is a real concern to be like, what do we really want to be introducing, for lack of a better term, artificial results into the formula? And so again, we feel like the cons sort of outweigh the pros in terms of measuring this and putting that floor in. It's also a bit of a complicated process to try and explain to people as well, and explain to the public and explain to members and to legislators and things like that. So again, it's an alternative, but we don't feel it's the best alternative. And so our preferred alternative, but again, we welcome any feedback that you all have, is to grandfather this in over time, using always like the realized results, but over time building up the level of weighting on TPA performance, and then gradually over time decreasing the weighting on the old strategic asset allocation over time as the TPA approach continues to build. And then of course, once you hit that 5-year time window, everything's on TPA and there's no more look back at SAA. So that would be our preferred approach, but we welcome any feedback that you all have on this as part of these discussions, and we can take that under advisement when we come forth with a final recommendation in June. But I think those were the key takeaways. The other ones, which are more under the CEO and CIO's discretion, but we wanted to highlight in our memo, was based on what we had found under TPA approach, looking and relooking at, should we put a weighting on the total fund performance against the reference portfolio to roles like the COO, the CFO, general counsel roles? Is that something that should be considered? As you can tell through our TPA, that is something that we see adopted by all of the TPA aligned funds, is that they do have that total fund component for all of the key executive roles as well. So that's something that we're bringing forward, and again, welcome any feedback. And then the other piece was Stephen has put in that collaboration, sort of call it carve out within the individual performance ratings at the sort of senior investment leadership level. Is that something that we should be potentially putting in place for other levels below that level within the investment office? And so that's again something we've brought forward that I know Marcy and Stephen will definitely take under advisement, and will either accept or not accept. As we said, we can only make recommendations. But those are sort of the key takeaways from our memo that we just wanted to highlight, and we definitely open it up to any questions or feedback that you have.
Thank you both for that presentation. I don't have any questions, but I do want to invite Tom Toth from Wilshire to add any thoughts from your perspective.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Tom Toth with Wilshire Advisors. Just a couple of things I wanted to add to the discussion. As GGA pointed out, we agree the current structure is actually pretty well aligned with moving towards TPA at a very high level. But as we get into the specifics, I think it's important to, as you think about what's likely to come, the board has clearly stated a desire to see more explicit active risk taking in the portfolio. And you did that through the establishment of the 4% active risk budget. And it's really important to remember that the successful utilization of the active risk budget versus the reference portfolio is not just a nice to have, it really is necessary in order to meet the long-term return objectives of the portfolio. And the incentive comp threshold should be set to align with those board expectations of a higher level of value add versus the reference portfolio. So there's more quantitative work to be done, and GGA noted they're going to be digging into that and coming back with the specifics at the June meeting. Now, as GGA also mentioned, the incentive comp program is really put in place to attract and retain investment professionals. But you want to attract and retain the right investment professionals to work under the TPA framework. And so what does that mean? We've talked a lot about the culture and collaboration. All of those are true points, and I won't belabor them. But one of the other ways you can really, I think, encourage the utilization of active risk and really build that culture within TPA is to utilize the program's ability to adjust team members' compensation based on qualitative factors. Top performers need to be rewarded when they exceed expectations, and those who are falling short of expectations need to be penalized. The dispersion there is important, and so I would encourage the utilization of that. That dispersion in a world of a competition for capital, which is what TPA is a positive. And there's a qualitative range built into the structure for good reason. And it really is to send the right message to the team and to help them thrive within that TPA framework and build the right culture of success there. So I'll stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board, or I can turn it back to the board.
Thank you very much. Ms. Middleton.
Tom, thank you, and I really appreciate that. And I think all of us are listening when you talk about making sure that we are, in fact, rewarding those who have achieved superior performance and making it known to those who have not that there are consequences for that. I want to shift gears a little bit, though, to another issue that arises whenever we get into this area, and that is because of some legal impediments, the inability of our Chief Executive Officer and our Chief Investment Officer to provide guidance and insight to this board regarding these programs that are absolutely instrumental to the success of TPA and other things. So first, I would like to ask Brad and Peter just to talk about your experiences in other pension funds in terms of the value that a CEO and a CIO bring to discussions in this area.
Thank you very much, Ms. Middleton. And we've talked about this in the past, working in California is, from our perspective, because we work throughout all of North America, unique in the fact that there are limitations in terms of what we can and cannot talk about. And we have been entrusted with working with your senior leadership team and yourselves as trustees of this pension system to put something in place that's impactful, that's meaningful, that psychologically incentivizes people to perform. It's difficult for us to do our work. It's difficult for us to interact with the senior leadership team when we have these impediments of what can and cannot be discussed. From a governance perspective, Marcy is your delegate. You have entrusted her with delegated authority to manage this $600 billion juggernaut on a daily basis. Compensation is a key element of managing that, of operating this system. And if she can't talk to us openly about what she needs to achieve and what she's trying to do with the staff and how she's trying to effectively fulfill the mission, vision, and long-term strategy that you've put in place, it makes it very difficult. We did have a conversation with the leadership team, with the investment team a little while ago, and we talked about their aspirations and what cultural things they wanted to achieve. We couldn't talk about the incentives. We couldn't, and so it makes it difficult. So with that, I would say that it has definitely been an impediment. With other pension systems outside of the state of California, it's much easier for us to have these conversations. It's much easier for us to identify what will have a meaningful impact, and it's much easier for us to work with the leadership team primarily on what they see on the ground and what they're trying to implement in terms of achieving some of the strategic direction they've received from their board. Peter, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I will say this. Definitely, California has its challenges. I would say the U.S. in general, though, in general, operates a lot more. There tends to be a lot more restrictions and regulation. Even in speaking with the Australians, the New Zealanders, while they still are viewed definitely as part of the government and like a public agency or a arm of the government, there is a certain level of autonomy for them to make decisions, independent decisions. In Canada, of course, with the Canadian funds we deal with, they have a lot of autonomy, so there's a lot less of these restrictions as well. Obviously, the challenges in the U.S. there's a lot more public meetings. Some of the Canadian funds in that operate. So there are sort of structural challenges in the U.S. that I feel like Brad makes a great point. It makes it difficult for us to do our work, and we would prefer to not have that level of difficulty. But I feel like we've tried the best that we can to work within the system that is in place to try and get to what we need. But yeah, is it perfect? No. I think there are structural things that ideally in a perfect world would not be in place, and long term ideally will be removed. But I feel like we have done the best we can working with your legal staff to make sure that we are collecting, again, not asking about pay or incentive design or anything like that, but just understanding motivations, culture, what's trying to be achieved, and then using that to form our recommendations. But yes, it definitely makes it more difficult for us to do our work.
Tom, is there anything you would like to add?
Just briefly, I'd agree with everything Peter and Brad just said, and just reiterate, in my experience working with public plans, incentive comp programs outside of California, without exception, there's input from senior leadership. And I do think that allows you to make, better decisions about those structures moving forward.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we as a committee need to hear from our legal department as to exactly what are the legal impediments that prevent our CEO and our CIO from engaging with us, and if there are legislative fixes or other fixes that are appropriate to remedy this, we need to go on record as a board insisting on here is what these restrictions are meaning for CalPERS as an organization in defining what our incentive programs are going to be and the effectiveness of our programs.
Thank you. And I think we can add that to committee direction, but also if we could possibly get maybe at the next PCTM meeting, we could have legal give us some background of what's in place and what we can do. Or bottom line, I think we're trying to find ways how we continue to push for excellence.
Yeah, Robert Carlin, CalPERS team member from the legal office. Don't disagree with anything I've heard from your consultants, and agree that the restrictions we have in California are suboptimal from a policy perspective. We're in the process of preparing a legal memorandum for the board to provide you with a detailed explanation of the current restrictions and our thoughts about what may or may not be able to be done about those, legislatively and otherwise. So apologies for not having had that ahead of this meeting, but we will have that forthcoming before the next meeting, so that you'll both have time to meet with us individually for any questions you may have, and to have you fully prepared for when the recommendations come back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other questions, so thank you, Tom and Brad and Peter, and thank you for that presentation. Thank you so much. That brings us to public comment. Thank you. 5B, Mr. Jelensik.
Happy to remind the chair. JJ Jelensik, RPEA. We would encourage the board to re-examine the incentive metrics. For example, there is no incentive metrics for healthcare. Yet RPA believes that healthcare is an important issue that this board deals with. And maybe the staff should be incentivized to try and hold costs down to improve quality. We also believe that the standards you're using to measure success now are too low. Let me give you an example. If 5% of all the management checks in any given month, their salary checks, were late, I say, without fear of contradictions, some heads would roll. However, if 5.9% of all the retirement warrants were late every month for a year, management would get a bonus. That is not how RPA would define success, yet this board gives bonuses for that performance. If 20% of all the stakeholders think the PERS is not being responsive to their needs, is not keeping them informed, and is not engaging with them, is that success? It must be, because this board would give a bonus for that behavior. We encourage the board to really take a look at what is success, how do we measure it, and what is an acceptable level of performance. Thank you.
Thank you. That now brings us to 5C, summary of committee direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item was to bring back an item at the June meeting related to the discussion that was just occurred with the legal office. So I'll figure out how we're going to, what terms we'll use for that, but I clearly understand the request.
Thank you so much. I don't have any other further public comment, and that brings us to item 6, adjournment of meeting. Yes. You're not on.
JJ Jelensik, beneficiary. In terms of the discussion you had earlier about the 1090 problem, I would suggest that you invite the Department of Justice to come in and talk to you about it. You will get a more unbiased, less conflicted presentation. I think that 1090 is, everybody has an opinion, and my opinion is that 1090 is being used as a cover. Let's get the Department of Justice, who enforces the law, to actually come in and tell you what the law is. You will get a less conflicted viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jelensik, can you fill out a public comment form just for that line item? I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Just so we have it on the record. That concludes our committee meeting, and we will reconvene with the board administration tomorrow morning. See you all then.